Look at him, the kingdom's legendary champion, shattered, bleeding, and moments from death. He almost made it. Strongest? He doesn't feel like it. He'd slain 7 of those high-crested fiends, but one question haunted his dying mind. Why was there an 8th horror lurking on the fallen throne? Humans were fools to underestimate the raw power of the abyss. It was his failure. His legend meant nothing now. Then, through the haze, a female fiend with piercing yellow eyes just stared. What was she waiting for? Before he could think, a hulking male demon loomed over his broken form. Pure spite. The creature wanted to savor his agony as payback for all the monsters he'd put in the ground. Everything faded. One last glimpse of those terrifying eyes, and then nothing. Total, suffocating darkness. Death, it had to be. But then, a flicker of gold appeared, growing brighter until it swallowed his entire world. "Welcome, newcomers," a voice. Our hero's eyes snapped open, his heart suddenly hammering against his ribs. He was frozen, speechless. He'd just died, he felt the cold, so where the hell was he? This was too vivid for a dream. His mind raced. Something was wrong, very wrong. He looked down and realized this wasn't his face. The scars, the muscles, all gone. He was in a stranger's skin, in a place he didn't recognize, and panic started to set in. Look at the scale of this place. This is the fortress city of 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔, a bastion of stone and steel. A massive, blonde knight barked at the crowd, reminding them that the knight's trial meant one thing, being the realm's only hope. Meet Sir Garrick, commander of the 3rd Vanguard. The year, 3069, long after the world ended. It started when the 6 great obelisks brought the apocalypse, vomiting thousands of demons that nearly wiped us out. Humanity was on the brink until we learned to fight dirty. We salvaged the monsters' own hearts, their essence. Using these choreographs, our warriors finally stood a chance, matching the demons' terrifying strength blow for blow. 60 years ago, a legendary king of knights led the charge during the dark days of the Great Scourge. It was a brutal, bloody war. For weeks, the sun didn't rise, and the world was bathed in shadow and gore. But that warrior broke the tide. He decimated the demon ranks and finally bought humanity a hard-won peace. Our boy realizes the truth. He's woken up 60 years in the future. Same soul, brand new body. Then he hears Garrick mention the fallen, including the greatest hero of all time, the legendary Sir Arthur. He died holding the line against the High Lords. Now, they call that meat grinder the War for Dawn, the birth of their new world. Arthur can only scoff. Rank 8? These people have no clue just how dangerous those demons truly are. Garrick keeps preaching, calling the fallen knights the pillars of their society, symbols of pure, unshakable hope. "Do you understand the weight of the sword?" the commander roars. The recruits shout back, but one person isn't buying it. Arthur mutters to himself about demons and crests. He knows the grim reality, and it isn't some pretty speech. The mood shifts instantly. Everyone snaps to attention as Garrick stomps over, looking absolutely lethal. He towers over the kid, sensing the disrespect. "You think this is a joke? Tell me your name, boy." A split-second choice. Does he lie? Who do you believe a legend is trapped in this scrawny, pathetic excuse for a body? "Arthur," he says. He uses his real name, no more hiding. The air goes cold. Garrick looks like he's seen a ghost, or a jester who just told a very bad joke. "Arthur," he repeats, his voice low and dangerous. He thinks the kid is mocking their greatest martyr. Then comes the explosion. He calls him a pathetic brat, a disgrace who doesn't have an ounce of warrior spirit in him. How dare a weakling profane the name of the man who saved the world? The disrespect is too much for Garrick. Smack, a heavy gauntlet catches him right in the jaw. Arthur's new body is so frail he can't even see the punch coming. He hits the dirt hard. Garrick sneers, disgusted that such a loser shares a name with a god of the battlefield. "Watch him," the commander growls to his men. "And the rest of you get back to the trial. Move." As the dust settles, a kind-hearted recruit named Alina rushes over. "Are you crazy? Is that really your name?" Arthur just wipes the blood from his lip. "I'm breathing, aren't I? That's enough for now." But not everyone is sympathetic. Enter Lady Beatrice, a high-born noble with a sharp tongue and an even sharper ego. She scoffs, telling him a fancy name won't make him a hero. To her, he's just a naive, childish peasant playing soldier. Arthur just stares back. Arrogant much? He's got bigger problems than some noble girl's opinion of his business. Elinor leans in, shocked. Wait, you don't know who she is. That's the most talented prodigy in the entire kingdom. Meet Lady Elinor, known across the kingdom as the Vengeful Valkyrie, and the eldest daughter of the most prestigious noble house in 𝒖𝒓𝒏𝒔. That name rings a massive bell for our main man, Arthur, who's currently being hauled up by his new best friend, Cedric. These two are already thick as thieves, but then enter the paparazzi. A girl pops up, snapping away at what she calls a dazzling display of brotherhood. She tells them not to mind her, but Arthur isn't having it. Who is this girl, and why is she treating his life like a photo shoot? Her name is Sophie, and she's obsessed with their special bond. The photo looks great, sure, but she's definitely a few cards short of a full deck. Cut to the physical fitness trials. Arthur's internal monologue is pure hype. He's convinced that even in this weak body, he's still the greatest warrior ever born. He thinks this test is going to be a total joke. He's ready to walk in there and absolutely shatter every record they have. Captain Thorne gives the signal, and the first stage, the long-distance endurance run, kicks off with a bang. Arthur bolts. He's going for gold, aiming to set a record that'll leave everyone in the dust. And he sets a record, all right. The record for the absolute slowest, most pathetic completion time in the history of the Academy. He's face down in the dirt, wheezing and cursing his useless, fragile body. Then comes stage 2, the explosive arm strength trial. Same story, dead last. To make things worse, he actually manages to twist his wrist like a total amateur. Next up, leg power. That's when the white-haired noble Elinor walks by and straight up calls him an idiot. His final scores are a total disaster. We're talking bottom of the barrel, about to be disqualified levels of bad. Sophie leans in and tells him this is probably the last photo she'll ever get of him before he's kicked out for good. The trainers are already whispering to the commander that Arthur is a lost cause and shouldn't even move on to the next phase. But the commander decides to roll the dice. He gives Arthur one final, desperate shot at the second round. Start the next phase immediately, he barks. No time to waste, it's now or never for our protagonist. Stage 2 is the big one, soul sinking with the binding forge. Arthur's eyes light up. This is exactly what he's been waiting for. He heads to the evaluation site, knowing this is his only path to redemption. See, 60 years ago, he was a legend. Back in the day, his synchronization rate was a staggering 96%. His body might be trash now, but his willpower, that's God tier. He's ready to shut everyone up. Those people laughing in the stands, they're about to see what a real warrior looks like. Arthur notices the equipment has actually gotten much lighter over the last 60 years. Talk about an advantage. Suddenly, Lady Elinor steps up. She hits a 39% sync rate, the highest anybody's seen all year. It's clear these noble-born knights are on a completely different level than the commoners. Elinor is basically a celebrity. Every guy in the room is busy daydreaming about her, but Arthur just scoffs and calls them a bunch of thirsty brats. Elinor steps out of the machine, tossing her silky hair like she's in a shampoo commercial. Pure elegance. She's not even surprised. Years of brutal, elite training have made her think of everyone else as just background characters. She's the definition of unattainable. That 39% score has the entire room buzzing with excitement. She doesn't mind the attention, but she's too cool to show it. Arthur, meanwhile, is actually impressed by her stats. Cedric notices her too, describing her as a mountain of raw, angry energy hidden inside a delicate frame. Arthur is chill, though, no nerves at all. Cedric is baffled. How can this guy be so calm when everyone else is trembling? Most of the recruits are screaming in agony the moment the machine starts. It's not just a test, it's pure torture. The first time you sync with a blighted shard, it feels like your body is being ripped apart from the inside out. You need at least 10% just to pass. Cedric manages a solid 24%, which is actually pretty respectable. Then there's Sophie. Surprisingly, she hits a 30% sync rate, catching everyone off guard. The commander is pleased. He's found some diamonds in the rough, including that green-eyed girl and a few others. 6 candidates managed to hit 30% or higher, a high-quality batch for a backwater city like this. But then the commander looks at Arthur. To him, our boy looks like absolute garbage with zero potential. The crowd starts whispering and mocking him again. Let them laugh, Arthur thinks. They have no idea what's coming. He walks up to the forge and makes a bold claim. He wants the Crimson Strength Core. These cores are salvaged from the front lines and come in 6 different types: red, yellow, green. Well, you get the idea. Choosing the red core is a massive risk, but Arthur isn't here to play it safe. He's here to dominate. The room goes quiet as he prepares to sink. The tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. It's time for Arthur to show them that a warrior's spirit doesn't age, even if his knees do. This is going to be legendary. In the kingdom of Oakhaven, the color of your spirit heart defines your life. Red is raw strength, yellow is ironclad defense, green brings healing, while common blue grants the gift of agility. But then there are the legends, the purple cores that hum with arcane mystery, and the pitch-black stones that bend time and space. Rare, beyond belief, and nearly impossible to master. Our hero, Arthur, steps up to the ritual machine. Everything is on the line. He steels his nerves, preparing for the synchronization that will decide his fate among the knights. The stone is locked into place. Now comes the hard part, willpower. Without a mind of steel, the energy from the core will tear a person apart from the inside out. Determination is the only thing that dictates how much of the burden you can carry. It's the difference between becoming a legendary warrior or a total casualty. The graft holds. Arthur is ready. The proctors shout over the hum of the machine, asking if he's set to begin. He doesn't hesitate. He tells them to start the trial immediately. Suddenly, the hall is bathed in a blinding, crimson light. It's a massive reaction. Everyone freezes, eyes wide. Is this boy really the one the prophecies spoke of? He's about to show this crowd of nobles exactly what the synchronization rate of the greatest warrior in history looks like. No more hiding. No more holding back. A highborn recruit named Cedric whispers in shock. He realizes Arthur has been masking his true potential this entire time. The numbers start to climb, and they aren't stopping. 40%. It hits the mark in an instant, but Arthur is frustrated. His rate is still too low. In his past life, he'd reached 96% with ease. He pours every ounce of his spirit into the machine. The wires groan under the pressure, vibrating with enough tension to snap. He needs more. He needs to go higher. 60%. The crowd is losing their minds. The test is reaching a fever pitch, and the numbers are still skyrocketing. This shouldn't be happening to a commoner. Arthur is sweating, wondering how this new body is handling such an absurd surge of energy. Is it a fluke, or is the machine finally starting to fail? Confusion turns to suspicion. The nobles start whispering about cheating or broken equipment. They can't accept that Arthur is shattering every record they hold dear. See, Arthur was once a king, a conqueror. But in this life, his body and his core are considered low-tier trash. Only his indomitable spirit keeps the world at bay. That's the gap between them. His eyes burn with the fire of 1,000 battles, showing a level of strength that makes even the bravest knights want to kneel. But then, disaster. Everything goes dark. Arthur feels himself slipping into a massive, suffocating void as the stone in his chest flares a violent, demonic red. It's like a curse. His heart burns, and everything feels like a nightmare manufactured by a devil. He gasps, realizing all his newfound strength is being sucked away. The machine goes haywire, sparking with electricity and glowing a hellish shade of crimson. In the final stretch, Arthur hits a wall, hard. He's exhausted. He spits blood onto the cold floor. His voice is a ragged whisper as he realizes this body simply can't handle the strain of his true soul. The rate plummets to 10%. Total failure. Arthur gasps to the head proctor that the demonic core was cracked. that the machine itself must be defective. Lord Valerius, the chief, sighs heavily. The tension in the room snaps as it's announced that the synchronization failed. Arthur's score is at the bottom of the barrel. He didn't pass, not even close. The record shows an extremely low level, and Arthur looks like he's about to collapse right there on the stone tiles. He falls, unconscious. A few people rush to help, but the rest, they start mocking him. To them, he's just another weakling who couldn't handle the pressure. What a joke, they sneer. They see a fragile body and a pathetic score, unaware of the lion trapped inside that broken frame. His friend rushes to his side, but Lady Alara, the white-haired prodigy, just watches from the shadows. She's relieved. Her position as the city's finest is safe for now. She's celebrating inside. She would never admit that she was actually terrified of competing with him. To her, Arthur failing is just the world returning to order. She's happy he crashed and burned, confident in her own success. Meanwhile, Arthur wakes up in the middle of the hall, his mind racing. What just happened? Something inside his own heart sucked his power away like a vacuum. It happened in a heartbeat, leaving him empty and confused about his own potential. He's bitter. He knew he could have set a legendary record, but that stone shattering like glass changed everything. He stares at the door, sensing someone watching. Then the chief barks for silence. The atmosphere shifts instantly. He enters the hall with the stride of a man who has seen 1,000 wars. "Listen up," he roars. He congratulates the survivors for reaching the final round of the royal evaluations. But the real nightmare is just beginning. It's time for the practical test. For the first time in their pampered lives, these recruits are going to face a real, bloodthirsty shadow beast in open combat. The chief hopes they all survive, but his eyes say otherwise. He orders them to line up and march toward evaluation field 3. No more games. Arthur is still reeling, barely able to stand. As he stumbles past the leader, he sees a look of pure disappointment in the man's eyes. It stings. But then something catches his eye. A tiny, glittering red fragment on the ground. He reaches down, his fingers trembling as he picks it up. The shard pulses with heat, glowing bright against his skin. He squeezes it tight, a new spark of curiosity lighting up his tired eyes. This wasn't a normal failure. He keeps running, despite the exhaustion. He's wondering what this next hunt in the fog, beyond the great walls of the city, will actually reveal. They arrive at the gates of Field 3. The command is given to open the iron doors, and the recruits prepare to step into the unknown. Smoke and thick mist roll over the workers. This is the moment. The very first time they'll step outside the sanctuary of the city walls. 60 years. That's how long humanity has been hiding in these cages. Arthur looks at the fog, knowing the world out there is far more dangerous than they imagine. The sergeant screams at them to shut up and check their blades. "One mistake out there," he warns, "and you're a corpse before you can even scream." Arthur has been issued a new core, but he knows the stone wasn't the problem. His power vanished as if his own body was rejecting his soul. Is this the price of reincarnation? A side effect of coming back to life in a body that wasn't meant for him? He doesn't have time to overthink it. He starts walking toward the massive gates. He feels a strange sensation in his chest as he prepares to exit the city. The real hunt is about to begin. Everything fades to gray, a world of black and white. Suddenly, shadow beasts erupt from his mind, roaring with rows of jagged, terrifying teeth. They bolt toward a massive, pitch-black cavern. From the depths, deafening sound waves pulse outward, growing louder with every passing second. At the end of that nightmare, skulls, piles of them, and there, looming over everything, a massive monster sits upon a throne of bone. That creature, it is the source of the noise. A demon far beyond the boy's level, radiating pure, suffocating malice. What the hell was that? Arthur shakes it off, but those visions, they are vibrating deep within his very soul. "Hey, you moving or what?" A voice snaps him back. It is Seraphina, the girl with the striking white hair and those emerald-green riding trousers. He stammers out a shy apology while Silas, his closest friend, asks if he is all right. No time for that. The instructors are ordering everyone into groups of 4. "Move it! Get to your trainers!" one shouts. Sidhu wonders if this team building was part of a pre-planned strategy, but Arthur just shakes his head. "Just do not drag us down," Seraphina huffs. But deep down, she is terrified that if she did not act tough, no one would actually want to team up with her. Silas gives Arthur a firm nod. "Let us do this," he says, trying to keep their spirits high as they step forward. Meanwhile, Ilara, their green-eyed teammate, is capturing everything on her camera. "Team is set," she chirps, finalizing their group for the trial. In the center of the yard stands a massive stone monument, forged from a rare alloy designed to push back the encroaching mist. The rules are simple: teams of 4, and your life depends on how well you hunt the horrors lurking beyond the city walls. Each recruit is handed a forged dagger and a portable dispersion unit, miniature versions of the great monument designed for the field. The mission? Straightforward but deadly. Dive into the thick smoke, reach the areas marked by flashing beacons, and hold your ground. Once there, you plant the device to clear the fog and start cutting down any gloomstalkers that crawl out of the dark. This is not just about how hard you can swing a blade. Cooperation and raw power, that is what determines if you pass or fail. Hunting in the mist beyond the battlements is the ultimate test for any novice in this shadow-drenched world. It is not just about muscles or fancy swordplay. To survive out there, you need something much deeper. You need a mind of steel. You have to ignore the creeping dread of the fog and place your life in the hands of your comrades. Facing the unknown and crushing your own fear, that is the real secret to making it through this trial alive. Scan the area, slay the demons that lunge from the shadows, and earn your stripes as a true warrior with your first confirmed kill. One group is already done. The next batch is up. It is time for the elite hopefuls to show what they are worth. There are plenty of talented kids this year, but Lady Beatrice, leader of the 3rd squad of Everlight, only has eyes for Arthur. She turns to the other officers. "So," she asks with a smirk, "which of these little knights has caught your attention?" Captain Julian, who leads the 1st squad, points toward Sidhu. "With the right training, that one could be a legend," he remarks. But Sir Alistair is looking elsewhere. He is watching the black-haired boy with the piercing yellow eyes, our protagonist, Arthur. The High Chief had sent Arthur's monocore for a deep analysis. Alistair frowns, wondering where things went sideways in the boy's past. Suddenly, Beatrice reaches over and gives Alistair's ear a sharp pinch. "Earth to Alistair, what has got you looking so serious?" He snaps at her, clearly annoyed. Beatrice always knows exactly how to push his buttons and make his blood boil. The leader with blue hair and pink eyes cuts in. "Enough. If things get ugly, we have to be ready to protect these rookies." The current evaluation wraps up, and the next combat station is prepped. It is finally time. The protagonist's team is up. They are pumped, shouting with pure excitement. But then whoosh, someone snatches Arthur's gear right out of his hands. He stares at his empty palms, completely baffled. One second he had his equipment, the next, gone. Seraphina is already miles ahead, holding the gear high. "Keep up, slowpokes," she yells, clearly loving every second of the attention. Arthur's jaw drops. He is fuming. This girl literally never misses a chance to steal the spotlight, does she? "Follow me," she commands, sprinting toward the fog. She launches herself into a massive leap, her white hair trailing like a banner. The team dives into the low-visibility haze. Seraphina is a blur of motion, even pulling off a perfect backflip midair. She lands her jump, daggers gripped tight and equipment held firmly. She is focused, eyes locked on the target. There it is, the red beacon. She slams the device into place with perfect precision. Objective reached. Back at the observation post, Beatrice is impressed. A healing core, but she moves like a high-tier agility knight. Interesting. Suddenly, the mist roars. Demons with missing eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth lunge forward. 3 of them are gunning straight for Seraphina. "Silas, move in," Arthur barks. No more hesitation. Silas shouts back in agreement as they charge. Arthur breaks into a frantic sprint. His eyes ignite, glowing a fierce yellow as trails of energy arc from his gaze like lightning. With a powerful explosion of speed, he leaps toward Seraphina, landing between her and the monsters with a brave, heavy thud. Those monsters, absolutely livid. They're seeing red, and before you know it, a massive brawl breaks out as the four of them get swarmed. Commander Alaric watches closely, noting Arthur is finally syncing with the Mana Core's power. Meanwhile, Sebastian grips his weapon tight, ready for chaos. He gives the word, focus fire, one by one. Thomasina gives a sharp nod, but Lucinda. She just scoffs. Typical Lucinda pride, like she even needed the reminder. They plant their feet, eyes locked on the target. Dead serious now. The group syncs up, knowing their only shot at winning this nightmare is perfect teamwork. It's time, round one. Thomasina versus a hulking beast. Her green eyes go wide, locked onto her prey. Then bam! She lands a massive blow right to the gut, sending that monster flying across the field. Another crunching hit to the face follows, blood spraying everywhere. Before it can recover, she's standing right on its back. She leaps, tearing through its spine in one brutal motion, half killing it instantly. Over on the other side, Sebastian's throwing hands, burying a fist into another monster's gut. The impact is insane, launching the creature back like a ragdoll. Commander Alaric is taking this all in, impressed. He admits they're doing surprisingly well, especially the girls. That blue agility core, it's making their movements look like a damn dance. Their rhythm is perfect, but Alaric snaps back to focus. Round two, Lady Lucinda versus the next unlucky challenger. She stares it down, eyes cold. Then whoosh, she leaps high, silver daggers grip tight, diving straight for the kill. She slams into the beast, sinking her blades deep into its flesh. And then, she drives them even deeper. Thick green ichor sprays everywhere as the monster lets out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. She sticks the landing, hair flowing in the wind, totally fearless. She's definitely feeling herself after that kill. Boom, the monster literally explodes behind her as she walks away. Cold. Now for the main event, round three, Arthur. He steps up against another hell beast, smashing a fist into its ribs so hard it gets launched across the dirt. Arthur's playing it smart, targeting vitals. First, a strike to the throat, then a heavy blow right to the chest. The hits are coming in like thunderclaps, fast, loud, and relentless. Finally, he digs one deep into the gut. Another launch, the beast is reeling. But Arthur, he's starting to feel the strain. He knows this new body has its limits. It's fragile, and he can't dump all his power at once. This is the ultimate test, pushing his limits in the heat of battle. He sticks a perfect landing and immediately hunts for his next target. No rest for the weary. A demon swings a massive fist at his head. Whiff! Arthur dodges it like it's nothing, zero fear in his eyes. He keeps pressing forward, closing the gap and burying a strike right into the beast's chest. But he's overthinking it, feeling like he's just a second too slow. The beast sees an opening and goes for a lethal kick to his face. Close one, he twists out of the way just in time. He grips his enchanted dagger, ready to turn the tables. Time to counter. He lunges, aiming straight for the stomach, but as he connects, he feels it. His coordination, it's trashed, nowhere near what it used to be. Meanwhile, the monster's baring its blood-stained fangs. This is getting messy. Both sides are going all out, and honestly, it's a toss-up who's going to drop first. Arthur's enchanted gear flares up. He's looking for the finisher. He lands a precise, stinging blow. The demon howls in pain, but Arthur's frustrated. He doesn't have that explosive, end-it-now kind of power yet. The beast finally slumps to the ground. Arthur stands over it, silver dagger glinting in his hand. His crew is watching from the sidelines, totally floored. Sebastian laughs, saying his buddy looks like he's just playing with his food. Everyone's hyped but Lucinda, she just rolls her eyes. Total show-off, she mutters. Commander Alaric is intrigued. Who's the scrawny kid? The commander asks, genuinely impressed by the lack of fear. The blue-haired knight nods. The kid moves like a seasoned veteran. High praise, right? But Arthur's too tired to care. He stands there, panting, covered in grime and blood. He stares at the dying beast and realizes the harsh truth. This body can't handle his old legendary techniques. Not yet. A few moves and he's already gasping for air. That's a huge problem. But hey, the self-assessment is done. Time to end this, but just as he's about to deliver the final blow, something, red, starts bubbling up from the dirt. Arthur's yellow eyes go wide. He watches, frozen, as this massive red thing erupts right under his nose. Wham! The thing crushes the monster instantly, and the shockwave sends Arthur flying backward like a leaf in a storm. What the hell was that? Arthur coughs. Lucinda yells back, voice trembling. They're surrounded by massive, twisting tree roots. Then a giant, clawed paw tears through the earth, shrieking against the stone, and pinned right on one of those razor-sharp claws. The demon he was just fighting, lifeless, skewered right through the chest like a piece of meat, whatever just showed up. It's on a whole different level. Out of the shadows, a nightmare emerged. Arthur stood there, absolutely floored as green ichor oozed from the creature's hideous hide. This thing was a titan, massive claws, teeth like daggers, and enough raw power to crush a mountain. It let out a roar that practically split the sky. The sound was bone-chilling, a primal scream that echoed all the way back to the great fortress walls, silencing every other sound in the forest. Up on the battlements, the commanders were paralyzed. Sir Alistair's heart sank, his eyes widening in pure terror as he watched the chaos unfold below. A first-tier dread demon. The realization sparked instant panic. Everyone scrambled, retreating toward the city gates while the master knights prepared to drop. It was pure desperation. The monster's aura was suffocating. Without a second thought, the elite masters leaped from their posts, slamming into the earth with shattering force. A massive cloud of grit and debris exploded into the air, creating a thick screen of smoke that cut visibility down to zero. They charged into the haze, driven by one goal: save the students. Meanwhile, Lady Alina kept the retreating crowd steady, promising that the veteran knights had their backs. But the beast stopped. It sniffed the air, confused. A human, but the scent of a demon. It hissed, its twisted mind trying to process the impossible. The monster scanned the group, wondering which of these puny mortals carried the stench of the abyss within them. The shock was palpable. This wasn't some low-level imp. This was a legendary threat, something far beyond anything these trainees had ever faced. Nearby, Stella was completely pinned. Dark, thorny roots had her in a vice grip, and she couldn't move so much as a finger. Arthur felt it too, that crushing, dread pressure. For the first time, his body simply refused to obey, locking up under the sheer weight of the demon's malice. The beast loomed over him, its massive talons inches away. It wanted to know what Arthur was hiding, what secret lay beneath his skin. "I'm taking all of you," it growled. Suddenly, its claws began to pulse with a violent, crimson light that bled into the air. Red lasers shot out from its fingertips, striking the 4 trainees dead on. Their eyes rolled back into their heads as their faces went totally lifeless. They slumped to the ground, out cold. The monster then slammed its fist down, tearing a jagged fissure into the earth just as the rescue team arrived. Captain Sterling arrived with a roar, demanding the beast keep its filthy hands off his soldiers, but the demon didn't even flinch. It just mocked him. With a flick of its wrist, it summoned a wall of massive, gnarled roots to cover its tracks as it prepared to vanish. With one final, taunting greeting, the monster sank into the shadows of the twisted trunks, leaving a massive, gaping hole in its wake. The leaders stood there, breathless. They stared into the abyss, unable to believe that all 4 examinees had just been snatched right out from under them. The crater was a jagged scar on the earth, filled with swirling fog and 2 massive trees rising from the darkness. Then, a low, ominous rumble echoed. "Go after them," Sterling barked, but they were met with a solid wall of dense leaves and ancient wood. The path was sealed. Lady Alina was reeling. Sir Alistair had scouted this area for days. How could a high-level demon just bypass every ward they had? Just then, Alistair himself touched down, his voice frantic as he called out the names of the missing children. "Where are they?" he screamed. When the others didn't move, he lost it, demanding they continue the hunt immediately. "Alistair, breathe," Sterling warned. "The trail ends here. That thing dug straight into the deep earth. It's a suicide mission to go in there now." Alistair fell to his knees, his hands trembling as they touched the dirt. Suddenly, he wasn't a commander anymore. He was a boy again, hearing his brother's last screams. The trauma hit him like a physical blow. In a fit of pure, unadulterated rage, he punched the ground, the impact shattering the stone for yards around. "This is my fault," he choked out, the guilt eating him alive. "I should have checked. I should have protected them." Lady Aliner stepped in. "We have to head back, Alistair. The city is losing its mind, and we can't leave the walls undefended right now." She tried to rationalize it, promising an elite search party would be formed to hunt the demon down later that night. She reached out to her old friend, trying to offer a shred of comfort, but Alistair's mind was already miles away. "Go back without me," he whispered. "Don't worry, I'm going to find them." Sterling tried to stop him, but Aliner signaled him to wait. "Fine," she said softly, "but you be back before the sun hits the horizon. Understand?" Alistair didn't even look back. He sprinted into the darkness, a man possessed. They knew there was no talking sense into him, not after what happened to his brother. "If his brother was still alive, he'd be exactly their age," Sterling muttered. "Those kids, they're all he sees." Meanwhile, deep in the bowels of the earth, in a cavern where the light of the sun never reaches, Arthur's eyes slowly flickered open. "Where am I?" Arthur tells the squad to head back first, insisting he'll stay behind to search a bit longer for the missing scouts. Sir Julian tries to shut that idea down, but Lady Aliner cuts him off before he can even finish his sentence. She agrees to let him stay, but only if he's back by sunset, though Arthur is already sprinting away before she finishes. The truth is, they were never going to stop him. See, Arthur's been carrying a heavy burden for years. His own brother was snatched by a demon long ago, and he's been blaming himself every single day since. Tristan realizes those missing kids are the exact same age Arthur's brother would be now. Talk about a painful reminder. Meanwhile, deep inside a suffocatingly dark cave, Arthur's mind is swirling as he loses consciousness. Waking up in the dark depths of the dungeon, Sir Alaric's first thought isn't fear, but relief. At least his comrades are still breathing. The beast looming over him mocks his consciousness, but Alaric just glares back, his eyes burning with a raw, unbridled fury. It's a Shadow Knight, a high-tier demonic being, and it's actually impressed by how fast the human recovered. The creature is fascinated because Alaric isn't like the others, while our hero stays perfectly still, tracking every single twitch. Suddenly, the monster slams a fist into the stone where Alaric was bound, sniffing the air in total confusion. "Why do you smell like one of us?" it asks, while Alaric just winces, blood mask-like on his face as he tries to process the beast's words. Enough talk. With a sudden burst of pure adrenaline, Alaric shatters his restraints, the ropes snapping like thin twine. He drops to the floor, standing tall before the towering demon, and prepares to launch a strike with everything he's got. Success. The punch connects with a sickening thud, leaving the monstrous enemy dazed and reeling from the impact. The beast is shocked by the human's fire, and the two launch into a chaotic, high-speed brawl that blurs the air. As he dodges, Alaric thinks back. His former self, the legendary commander, would have ended this fight in a single heartbeat. But he's not that man anymore, and he has 3 knights waiting for him to save them, so he charges back into the fray. He realizes this is a Crimson Core demon, insanely agile and fast, but Alaric spots the opening. The joints are vulnerable. The demon mocks his efforts as useless, thrusting its razor-sharp claws toward our hero to pin him down. Alaric is caught in an iron-like grip, but even as the air is squeezed out of him, he's searching for that one killing blow. He focuses everything on the beast's weak spot, aiming for the gap in its natural armor at the joints. He nails it. A devastating strike tears through the monster's limb, sending a spray of dark red blood across the cavern walls. The beast howls in agony, and Alaric spits blood, warning the creature never to underestimate a knight of his caliber. He's hunted things far worse than this species before, but the monster's scream of pain quickly turns into a guttural growl. Sudden disaster. The demon drives its claws deep into Alaric's chest, making him scream as blood erupts from his mouth. The monster retrieves its mangled arm and tosses Alaric against the stone wall with such force it creates a massive crater. Our black-haired hero slumps in the hole, his green trousers stained with blood, looking completely broken by that unexpected counter. The beast laughs, revealing the horrifying truth. It possesses a redwood core, a wood-class essence that grants it a terrifying gift. It heals instantly. Alaric watches in horror, knowing that usually only the rare green core demons possess such regeneration. His mind races. This thing is just a wood class, yet it's mending like a high-tier noble demon. It's been half a century since his reincarnation, and it hits him. The monsters have evolved while the world was sleeping. With a flick of a long, jagged nail, the demon uses its dark magic to pull Alaric's broken body back toward it. He can't even fight back as the creature's claws wrap around his head, gripping his skull with lethal pressure. The demon stares at the dying human, confused by the strange aura, while Alaric feels his vital organs failing. It hurts bad. He's only been back in this world for a short time, and he's already staring at his second death. If he falls here, his friends fall too, dying just like his old squad did in his past life, right before his very eyes. He whispers an apology to his teammates, but then something snaps. He refuses to accept this pathetic end. The demon thinks the prey is finished, and decides it's time to evolve by consuming Alaric's unique essence. It unhinges its jaw, a massive, pointed tongue slithering out to devour our hero whole. But right at that moment, the air in the cave begins to hum with a terrifying, ancient power. Boom! A massive red explosion throws the beast across the room, as Alaric begins to glow with an eerie, crimson light. From deep within Alaric's soul, a voice screams that his plans cannot end here, and his red core starts to crack. A mysterious entity within him is horrified that its last shred of consciousness is being burned away for this. The monster watches in absolute terror as Alaric begins to transform into something beyond Tier 5 or even Tier 6. Alaric screams, a red core pulsating in his chest like a second heart, surrounded by a thick, swirling mist of bloody smoke. His hands shift into lethal paws with massive claws. His skin turns a deep crimson, and his hair bleaches to a stark white. It's a total metamorphosis, and then an absolute shockwave of red energy erupts from his chest, shattering the cave pillars. The explosion rips through the mountain, a pillar of red light shooting into the sky that can be seen for miles. Every demon outside the cavern freezes, looking at the sky in pure desperation as the sheer pressure of the event crushes them. Finally, the blinding light begins to fade, returning to the silence of the cave where Alaric stands changed. He's transformed. The legendary eight-crested sovereign, the most terrifying power to ever emerge from the Bloodstone Citadel. His opponent, just a lowly Tier 1 beast. He stares, completely frozen and confused by the sheer, soul-crushing pressure of Arthur's level. The hierarchy is absolute. It demands the inferior kneel immediately. Without a single second of hesitation, the creature bows to his master. Arthur, now fully possessed, takes to the sky on massive obsidian wings. He looks down coldly, ordering the subject to state his name. He screams it out, the name of his sovereign blood king. Our hero looks completely different now, unrecognizable, ancient, and undeniably lethal. Moments ago, outside the crypt, Commander Cedric was searching. He's desperate, scanning every shadow for the noble children who went missing. He's hunting. Then, bam, a massive green troll emerges. Cedric lunges forward, burying a heavy strike right into the beast's massive chest. The monster howls in agony. But wait, another shadow lunges from behind. Cedric doesn't even blink, catching the beast with a brutal kick. He shatters its jaw. The creature collapses, moaning in pure despair. Cedric is done here, but the area is still far from safe. 2 Tier 2 grunts down, but still no kids. The sun is setting fast. He has to find those teenagers before night truly falls. He can't stop. Not now. He has to find them before the darkness of the forest swallows them whole. Then he sees it. A violent red flare erupts from the earth. The shock waves are insane, pulsing through the ground like a heartbeat. Cedric watches, completely stunned. Where did that energy come from? It's coming from the crypt. He realizes it instantly. That's exactly where his targets must be hiding. Meanwhile, deep inside the stone walls, the Sovereign begins his descent. His claws grow sharp, gleaming in the dim, flickering torchlight. He lands. His boots hit the floor with a heavy, echoing thud. Standing firm, he stares down the beast who calls him Cain. His old name, he looks up at the ceiling. The sky is still as dark as the day he left. "Answer me," he commands. He has one question. Are the 5 High Lords of the Shadow Realm still ruling this land? The demonic subject nods quickly. Nothing has changed. Since the king vanished, those 5 have stayed in power, living comfortably while the world moved on without him. The king's yellow eyes burn with pure, unadulterated rage. It seems his enemies have forgotten the debt they owe him from 60 years ago. He chose Arthur's body as a vessel because he was a strong soldier. But now, this reincarnation feels weak, a total disappointment. His consciousness was almost wasted in a pathetic situation. He'll probably only have one more chance to manifest before his full awakening. He taps his chin with a razor-sharp claw. Someone is really testing his patience today. He needs Arthur to wake up and fast. He needs those crest memories. See, in this world, the number of crests on your body determines your absolute rank and power. The more you have, the more godlike you become. To grow, you need to devour others of your kind. It's a brutal cycle. That's how their race stays superior. They hunt, they kill, they consume their own level to reach the next tier of evolution. So here's the plan. Arthur needs to hunt down higher-level beasts, eat them, absorb their crest memories. This is the king's gift. The beast begs to be the king's right hand, helping him reclaim his throne. But the king just laughs, a cold, prideful sound. You're not worthy," he sneers. "Your only value is helping this human warrior awaken the memories of his very first seal." The first step is set. Disappointment isn't an option. Arthur must climb the ladder, one crest at a time, toward the 8th tier. The king leaves a lingering suspense about the future. Slowly, his spirit begins to unbind from Arthur's physical form, returning to the core. "I will wake again," he whispers. Suddenly, a massive surge of raw energy floods into Arthur's chest, directly into his magical core. It's a fusion, ancient DNA mixing with a new host. The massive form of the 8-crested demon begins to shrink and fade away. Arthur is left kneeling, surrounded by ghostly hands. The king departs, leaving only traces of his power behind in the dark crypt. A yellow light flickers. Someone cries out for their sovereign, the strongest leader they ever knew. "Please don't die," the subject pleads. There's someone waiting for his return. The king looks back one last time. "I won't perish. I'm getting everyone out of here." They grip hands, a final moment of loyalty. And then, silence. They die right there, a tragic end in the cold stone. But Arthur, he's still breathing. His eyes snap open as he bolts upright in an infirmary bed, gasping for air. Just a dream. No, those weren't dreams. They were memories, heavy and real. Then his friend Alara walks in, calling out his name with worry. That massive, 8-limbed terror begins to shrink, while shadow-like hands reach out and touch the kneeling boy. A dark king abandons his host, leaving only cursed remnants behind as a faint yellow glow pierces the gloom. A loyal subject cries out to his king, the strongest leader they ever had, begging for his life to be spared. The servant pleads to see his wife again, and the king promises they'll all make it out of this hell. They grip each other's hands with everything they've got, but then, silence, a truly tragic end for them both. Arthur's eyes snap open. He's in a hospital bed, heart racing, realizing it was all just a dream, or so he thinks. These weren't just random nightmares, they were memories. Suddenly, Cedric bursts in, shouting with pure excitement. The whole crew is there, cheering and celebrating the fact that their friend finally woke up after so long. Beatrice rushes over, staring at him in shock, His hair has completely changed color. Was it that demon gate? Arthur is totally lost. He ignores his hair and immediately asks if the others are safe from that cave monster. Tristan swings the privacy curtains wide, his expression serious as he demands to know if Arthur remembers anything. He pulls back the rest of the fabric, standing there with the other captains, waiting for the full story. 3 high-ranking captains are packed into the room. Elinor mentions that Lord Alistair was the one who saved them. Alistair hates that nickname and snaps at her, but she just mocks him with another embarrassing title right away. The other knights just stand there awkwardly, while a chief explains they found the group unconscious outside the cave. They got lucky, insanely lucky. If that beast had been nearby, the rescue team would have been walking into a massacre. Elinor explains that the other 3 woke up quickly, but their memories of the cave are a total blank. Arthur was the only one who didn't wake up. He's been stuck in a deep coma for 3 days straight. She presses him for details, but Arthur is staring at his reflection, stunned by his new, shimmering hair. Ever since he reincarnated, everything has been changing, and now his physical body is shifting, too. He tries to piece it together, but his last memory is just blacking out. Should he tell them the truth? About the reincarnation? No way. That's a secret he's taking to the grave, so he decides to play it cool. He claims he woke up briefly in the cave and saw a few things before passing out again and ending up here. Alistair isn't buying it. He's thinking about the suspicious bloodstains he found on the cave walls earlier. Sir Julian steps forward, asking for Arthur's name and noting his incredible performance during the monster ambush. He asks point blank, "Have you ever fought demons before?" Because Arthur's skills are just way too polished. Arthur lies through his teeth, claiming he's just a combat nerd who obsessively studies how to exploit enemy weaknesses. Lady Elinor is impressed. She praises his dedication, wishing she had an entire army of knights just like him. Arthur shifts the subject, asking if they actually passed their night evaluations after all that chaos. Beatrice beams, telling him they passed and the team is still together, all thanks to him. The squad tells him they're a real unit now, but Leah warns that they're trailing behind the other groups. Arthur is confused. Why are they behind? Elinor explains that point scoring is everything in these trials. While he was sleeping for 3 days straight, the other teams were out there racking up points. 3 days. Arthur lets out a scream so loud it probably echoed through the entire capital city. Clara adjusts her gear while the rest of the girls get ready, Arthur finally standing up and finding his rhythm. He joins his group as they prep to head back out, looking like a completely different person. As they walk through the streets, the townspeople can't stop staring, stunned by this young, high-stakes squad of heroes. Alistair gathers them round, congratulating them on making it this far before laying down the new rules of the kingdom. Finally, real knights. Every single one of them faced a Finn beast and made it back alive. Congratulations all around. But Commander Thorn doesn't let them celebrate for long. He warns them they're under his watch now, and they better stand out. Arthur is skeptical. Back in his day, the code of chivalry was way more brutal. Rising through the ranks, nearly impossible. Lady Selene asks about the squad rankings, but Lady Sarah has to go and ruin the mood for everyone. We're dead last, the bottom of the barrel. Thorn says standing out is all about the score, and the competition is fierce. 8 other squads are gunning for the top. It's a dog-eat-dog world in the Citadel, and nobody is safe. He lays out the rules. Earn points, climb the ladder, get the rewards. But the losers, they get the hammer. Last place gets demoted to the cleaning crew. A whole month of scrubbing stone floors while the real knights go to war. Arthur looks around. Oh, so that's why this place is spotless. No time to chill, not when the demons are evolving. Lady Sarah gets the leader's mantle because her scores were perfect. Everyone nods along, except our boy. Arthur is low-key fuming. Me, a subordinate. He's got the memories of a legendary king, for heaven's sake. Sarah steps forward, acting all high and mighty. She vows to crush every mission, totally loving the power trip. Thorn gives them a choice. It's early, so they can pick their own poison. Pick a task and get moving. But Arthur's got a problem. The demons are acting weird, and they're all looking straight at him. Commandant 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 didn't mince words. Check the rival scores and get used to that runic armor immediately. If the plates itch or the mana leaks, speak up, she warned before dismissing the knights. But there was no rest, as 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 immediately pointed them toward the high table postings to close the prestige gap. They were leagues behind the other noble houses, but Seraphina stopped them for something more important. 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 wondered if she'd missed a tactical detail, but the reality was much more human. They had forgotten to record the victory, so Clara grabbed her recording crystal with glowing eyes. A quick group photo later, the squad was beaming with peak enthusiasm and high spirits. Meanwhile, the High Lords discussed the exploding void fiends and the carnage left near the cave. Blood from an unknown demon was everywhere, and Lord Thorn was already narrowing his eyes. He suspected Alaric was behind the mess, sensing a familiar demonic scent lingering on the boy. Lady Isolde wasn't having it, claiming Thorn was just being paranoid about the protagonist's power. The kids were safe, and she warned Thorn not to underestimate her team's rising strength. They're a powerhouse now, she teased, telling the rival lords to watch their own backs. Lord Cedric blew a cloud of smoke, telling Thorn to keep a very close eye on Alaric. Back at the capital's bounty board, Alaric spotted 3 rank missions with massive prestige rewards. Gareth and Seraphina were hesitant, knowing exactly how suicidal those high-level tasks could be. While the others debated, the tactical lead stared at the board, calculating their next move. Tobias noted that lower ranks were safer, but rank missions always ended in a bloodbath. Alaric almost reconsidered, but 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 wasn't about to let a golden opportunity slide away. "We're taking them all," she declared, and the squad sprinted toward their next nightmare. Alaric tapped into his core, and suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his very soul. Celestial wings sprouted from his back, fusing perfectly with his body for ultimate mobility. He visualized his gear shifting, and the ether responded, transforming his equipment into a weapon. A golden relic blade manifested in his grip. The tech from 60 years ago was truly legendary. 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 called for a status check, and the team responded with a unanimous, "Ready for war." The targets were 2 finless hellhounds, and the order to engage was given instantly. The beasts roared with pure fury, their eyes locked on the approaching knights. 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 knew time was a luxury they didn't have. 3 more rank missions were waiting. Gareth moved first, using a blinding kick to force the monsters into a collision. The impact left the hellhounds dazed and reeling, exactly as the team planned. Alaric and Tobias dove in, coordinating their movements to maximize their lethal output. With relic daggers firmly in hand, they prepared to dismantle the beasts piece by piece. Alaric aimed for the joints, eager to see these monsters crippled by a single precise strike. Gareth followed up with a mountain-level punch that sent demon blood spraying across the ground. Then came 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔, ending the fight with a magnificent flurry of lethal blade strikes. She landed perfectly, satisfied with a performance that proved her squad was elite. The demonic threat was neutralized, and as the fog lifted, the team celebrated their dominance. Tobias confirmed the runic armor held up perfectly under the intense pressure of combat. Gareth laughed, noting that this rank mission made their knight's trials look like child's play. They secured a glowing red mana core, and Tobias couldn't hide his pure excitement. 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 thanked them for the prestige points, while Alaric marveled at the bounty board's magic. Tobias explained that these soul-linked boards update the city's rankings the moment a kill happens. 1 nightmare down, but 2 more high-tier threats were still out there waiting for them. Tobias lamented the low drop rate of cores, but Gareth just cracked a joke about it. 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 cut through the chatter. The plan remained the same, and they weren't stopping now. The goal was simple: crush these last 2 tasks and blitz the leaderboard. Seraphina and Thomas were all in, backing their leader's play. The young squire asks his brother's opinion, only to be told, to mind his manners and show some respect. Alaric fires them up, quoting the old proverb about the early bird getting the worm. He honestly thought his heart would be ice cold after 50 years across 2 lifetimes. But after bonding with this crew, that youthful fire is back and it's freaking electric. He barks the order, finish before sunset. Thomas is literally bouncing with excitement, while Lucinda's fuming because Alaric stole her dramatic, cool leader lines. As the sun dipped low, Seraphina finished binding their latest prize. Finally, the group had secured 3 live shadow demons. They were fresh out of enchanted tranquilizer bolts for these finless freaks, and each squad only had a few specialty rounds. Suddenly, Alaric's flintlock makes a weird clicking sound as it runs dry. He's just standing there, totally confused by the tech. Lucinda loses it. To her, this rookie knows zero about the gear. She starts lecturing him on how every single piece is built. Alaric just listens, reflecting on how much things have changed. Back in his day, tranquilizers were a luxury used to catch demons. Knights used to have to tackle beasts with their bare hands just to take them alive. It was brutal. The researchers used to complain endlessly about warriors smashing the creature's brains in during the struggle. Seraphina celebrates the win, but it's a bittersweet victory. A lot of demonic beings didn't survive the skirmish. Dead monsters are scattered all over the clearing. Thomas warns they need to hit the city gates before nightfall. Break the sunset law, and they'll face severe punishment. He calls for a retreat to a warm hearth and a heavy meal. Alaric's mind wanders. He's not even sure if his new reincarnation has a place to call home yet. Lucinda heads for her family dojo, tagging the coordinates so the researchers can collect the demons and mark it done. Suddenly, the air gets heavy, a murderous aura. A sudden bolt tears through the wind right past them. Alaric and Thomas spin around, eyes wide with fear. Then, a voice cuts through the tension from the shadows. "You're not turning in those missions." Smoke starts pouring out from where that shot originated. Seraphina barks out, "Who's there?" A new squad emerges, their captain sneering at these novices who took all the glory. He wants to know why they stole all the high-rank bounties meant for his group. Alaric's like, "Who are these strangers?" They're the Black Wings squad, elite veterans who served under Lord Guten. Total rivals and supposedly way superior. Their leader asks his lackey, "How many new squads are left?" The man answers with the exact number 3. To the veteran, the rest are just rebels who haven't shown proper respect yet. He takes a massive step forward. He barks that they didn't ask permission to take the top-tier missions. Arrogance level, maximum, he thinks they're a joke. Lucinda stares at the bleeding demon on the dirt, her eyes wide. She's thinking of the insane effort they put into this. Then the red-haired veteran demands to see their leader. "Why haven't you bowed yet?" he sneers. Lucinda snaps. She's beyond furious and lunges at the guy with everything she's got, burying a fist in his face. Bam, a brutal punch, he's stunned. "How dare you attack a veteran, you rebels?" he screams. Lucinda roars back, asking where he gets the audacity to act superior. The squad tries to hold her back. They want to keep it cool. These guys are veterans, after all. "Let's just talk this out," they plead. Thomas calls them out for being irrational. They shouldn't have slaughtered the demons they worked so hard for. The red-haired leader just smirks. "Competition is irrational, kids, and you lot, you're just naive." Naive, Lucinda is beyond livid. She's not bowing her head to anyone today, especially not these thugs. Not after they trashed an entire afternoon of blood and sweat. Seraphina tells Alaric to alert the High Chief. The sun is almost gone, but Alaric, he's already gone. He launches himself like a bullet toward the rival group. He leaps high, aiming right for the red-haired captain's face. "Go to hell," he yells, delivering a massive kick. Crack, the impact is deafening. The other warriors are shaking, worried about the fallout of hitting a commander. Alaric thinks it's pathetic. Veterans bullying rookies. He's never seen anyone so clueless in either of his lives. The squad watches, hearts in their throats, terrified of what's coming next. The veteran leader is seeing red. He screams, calling Alaric a bastard, and orders his Black Wings squad to prepare for total battle. They draw their steel. Lucinda barks the counterorder. A massive clash is about to erupt between the two groups. But then a voice like thunder shakes the air. Lord York steps in, and he sounds absolutely pissed. He slams between them, halting the clash before steel bites bone. He gathers every bit of his raw strength. Then, boom, he flings both squads in opposite directions. The red-haired knight skids toward his cronies, while Arthur lands near the vets. Arthur was just testing them, sizing up today's warriors. But then, Captain Thorn of the Citadel Guard steps forward. Thorn's face is grim. He asks if they have a death wish because the sun is dipping low. Stay out here past dark, and you're just shadow beast bait. The veteran leader grumbles that the rookies started it. He's even lost his mask in the scuffle. Leonie just laughs, telling him he's whining like a pampered brat. The rookies have proof, though magical records showing the veterans stole their 3 shadow beast kills. Absolutely shameless. Even Selena is shocked. Yvain asks if these newbies actually took on an A-rank mission. Leonie snaps back. They didn't just take it, they finished it. Until the Iron Legion swooped in and trashed all their hard work. Thorn looks at his own men with pure disappointment. He tells the rookies that it sounds harsh, but they went through the same hell when they started. It's all about how you handle it. At the end of the day, only the final scoreboards actually matter in this kingdom. As long as you don't kill each other, any tactic is fair game in the noble cities. That's the knight's way. The world is getting darker, and the threats, they're not going to play nice. Thorn only stepped in because of the time. They need to haul it back to the Citadel walls immediately. The veteran leader is seething, humiliated by a bunch of nobodies. The red-haired captain walks right up to our boy. He demands to know his true name, right now. Arthur doesn't blink. He gives it to him straight. The veteran stares for a second, then just loses it. He starts laughing like a madman. Why? Because Arthur shares the name of the greatest legendary knight to ever live. He sneers, vowing that the rookies won't earn a single point while he's around. They're destined to be the cleanup crew. He turns his back, promising a brutal revenge later on. Typical villain energy, honestly. He scoops his broken mask off the dirt, slides it on, and barks an order for the Iron Legion to move out. Thorn warns the rookies. The Iron Legion are pros at blitzing missions, and they'll definitely try to sabotage them. Their leader, a master with the crossbow. He didn't even use it this time, which is a lucky break for Leonie's squad. There are still monsters out there, real ones, and if they aren't careful, this could end in a total disaster. He tells them to quit standing around and get back behind the city gates before night falls. Leonie decides to clear her head. She calls the team together, ready to head back to safety. She catches Arthur staring off into the distance and teases him for trying to look like a brooding hero. Selena offers to buy him dinner at her manor, but he turns her down. He's got a secret plan brewing. Something big. That very night, he's going to hunt 3 shadow beasts all by himself, no backup needed. The Citadel's magic alarm blares. It warns everyone to stay inside, imminent danger beyond the walls. The streets are empty. Everyone is tucked away in their homes while Arthur sneaks through the shadows. He expected the gate security to be airtight, but all he finds is a single warning sign by the emergency exit. It's understaffed. They clearly don't think anyone is crazy enough to leave at night. It's a far cry from the old days. To Arthur, finding prey in the dark is easy. He's going to use secret techniques from his past life to bag those beasts. The veterans think they can slow him down. Please, he's going to finish this mission while they're still dreaming. But then a voice. Someone knew he'd be here. It's Leonie, and she looks absolutely thrilled to see him. She's been waiting for a real night mission, a chance for some true nightly freedom. She gave some lame excuse to leave the barracks because she knew Arthur was up to something suspicious. Our hero is caught red-handed. She asks him with a huge grin if he's really heading out now. He tries to lie, but let's be real, he's a terrible actor. His past life didn't teach him how to be a smooth talker. Leonie sees right through him. That was pathetic, she laughs. So he finally spills the beans on his secret hunt. He's busted. He begs her not to tell the commander, promising he'll head back right away. But Leonie has other ideas. She's in. She wants all the details while Arthur just groans internally. Then a chilling laugh echoes. It didn't come from either of them. They both freeze and look up. High above on the massive stone wall, the sentries are yawning, completely bored out of their minds. They think guard duty is just a snooze fest. After all, nobody would be stupid enough to go out there now, right? The fortress guards are barely keeping their eyes open. One rookie suggests just shutting the main gate for the night, but his captain shuts that idea down instantly with a harsh glare. See, you never close the gate fully. It's the law. Years ago, a group of desperate refugees was slaughtered right outside because the heavy gears took too long to grind open. They died screaming at the hands of shadow fiends, while help was just inches away. Since that horrific night, every kingdom in the realm keeps an emergency gap in their walls. Because in this world, nothing, absolutely nothing, is more valuable than a human life. The soldier mumbles an apology, and his buddy tells him he'll get used to the rules eventually. To kill the boredom, he pulls out a special photo book of the kingdom's elite female knights. It's a limited edition that cost him a fortune, and it's the hottest thing on the market. While the guards are busy drooling over the pages, Arthur and Lily make their move. They slip out of the city like ghosts, heading straight for the old training grounds. At this hour, the entire field is swallowed by a thick, unnatural fog. Arthur signals Lily to pivot. They need to get deep into the ruined forest to stay hidden from the sentries on the wall. The plan, simple but insane. Lure the monsters out, getting close, and knock them senseless with nothing but raw, brute force. Arthur tells Lily to wait and disappears into the swirling mist. Alone. Lily stands there, heart hammering against her ribs. The darkness feels alive, like it's waiting to swallow her whole. She's terrified, yeah, but there's a spark of excitement too. She settles her breathing, preparing to strike the moment the demons appear. When Arthur returns, he's leading a monster right to her. His ability to pull just one beast at a time is honestly mind-blowing. It turns a suicide mission into a cakewalk. He keeps drawing their attention, and Lily realizes she's never heard of anyone capturing high-tier demons with just their bare hands before. But she finds her rhythm fast. Her strikes get cleaner, her timing sharper. Arthur calls out to her, and she's already moving before he finishes the sentence. They strike as one, a perfect blur of steel and muscle. It's working. Under Arthur's lead, they're actually winning. They're dancing around the demons, hitting them with precise strikes to the head, like it's some kind of twisted game. The creatures are left dazed and stumbling. Arthur is using a capturing technique from 50 years ago, one that most people have long since forgotten. It works like a charm, but man, it's a workout. You need insane stamina to keep this pace up without slipping. Arthur grinds his teeth, frustrated. In his past life, this was child's play, but this new body, it's nowhere near where it needs to be. Finally, the third demon drops. Lily is panting, completely exhausted and leaning on her weapon for support. Arthur tells her to just leave the creatures lying there in the dirt. Lily is floored. She thinks he's lost his mind. But Arthur explains that these things are too dim-witted to save themselves. And after the beating they just took, they aren't waking up anytime soon. By tomorrow morning, the mission will be a total success. But Lily is staring at him, wondering how a commoner knows so much about ancient demon lore. Arthur realizes he's said too much. He goes cold, trying to bury the slip-up, but then a voice echoes through the trees. "Found you." Two massive shadow stalkers step out of the fog. They look exactly like the ones they just hunted, but these ones, they're different. They sniff the air, growling that Arthur smells like one of them. Lily pales instantly. These are elite rank 1 creatures. Arthur's heart sinks. Against these two, they don't stand a chance on their own. Suddenly, the fortress towers ignite with light. The squad leaders have finally arrived on the scene. Lady Seraphina, the blue-haired commander, orders the spotlights to sweep the woods. Lady Beatrice is right beside her, wondering how the hell these monsters got so close. The reports come in fast. The demons are hiding right in the dead zone of the forest. Commander Julian, the boy with the pink eyes, stays calm but firm. He orders the gates locked and tells everyone to stay steady. No panic. The defense towers prime their weapons, but a sudden scream stops them cold. There's someone still outside. Captain Thorne looks down and nearly has a heart attack. It's the two brats, Arthur and Lily, standing right in the kill zone. Lady Seraphina is fuming. Why are two students outside the walls during a grade A monster alert? Thorne watches them closely and then sees the captured demons. It hits him. They're out here finishing the mission he banned them from earlier today. Julian just scoffs. To him, it's just typical rookie arrogance, kids risking their lives just to make a name for themselves. Sir Alistair says they're going to get a brutal punishment if they make it back alive. He immediately prepares to head out. Julian takes over the command deck, while Thorne and Lady Seraphina rush down to the forest floor. Their quiet night of drinks is officially ruined. Down in the trees, the demons aren't even looking at Lily. They're fixated entirely on Arthur. He steps in front of her, knowing he's the real target here. Is it because of his rebirth, or the energy he absorbed in the cave? He doesn't know, but he's not letting Lily get hurt. But Lily isn't backing down. She's a warrior of the kingdom, and she's not about to let him face these monsters alone. Is it the rebirth? That mess in the cave? Whatever it is, he's a walking magnet for every monster in the kingdom. Lady Diana wants to protect him, but Arthur knows the truth. If they knew his secret, they'd execute him on the spot. She's not backing down, she'll fight to the end. The beast mocks them, asking if they really think they can win. Then Draxus drops from the canopy like a stone, ready to kill. He hits the dirt with a thud, blades drawn. The two friends can only watch in pure terror as the enemy commander points a finger at Lady Lucinda. "Kill the girl first," he snarls. The monster lunges, but Arthur isn't having it. He intercepts with a punch so powerful it ripples the air. The sheer force of the impact, absolute madness. Both of them are sent skidding back from the shockwave. The beast grunts, actually impressed by Arthur's reflexes, but Arthur just glares. "Get lost," he growls, stepping between them. He swings a heavy kick, but splash, it's like hitting a tidal wave. Water sprays everywhere, soaking Lucinda's face. She realizes too late. His strike didn't even land. Suddenly, the monster's magic coils around her like a serpent, binding her tight. She lets out a piercing scream. Arthur's heart stops. He's terrified for her. "You're distracted, kid." The beast sneers. Bad move. But out of nowhere, bam, a massive fist craters the monster's face. Lord York has arrived. "Don't you dare touch my children." He stands tall, a wall of pure muscle. "Don't worry," he tells them. "You're safe now." The old commander scans the field, his eyes narrowing as he spots the threats. He identifies them instantly. A Tide Terror with a sapphire core and an Earth behemoth wearing a crimson relic. Lucinda is still trapped. They have to move now. That blue stone, it's all about speed. The red, raw, crushing strength. The beast just laughs, wiping blood from his lip. His head almost exploded, but he's still standing. Up on the battlements, Commander Julian is losing his cool. Why are they all standing so close together? "Prepare the defense cannons," he roars. "Precision aim now." But then a scout collapses at his feet, gasping for air. "Sir, they're here." A shadow swarm is approaching. A literal wave of death is heading straight for the city. The ground begins to shake. A low, guttural roar echoes through the valley. And then they see them, hundreds of creatures, all teeth and claws, sprinting toward the walls. Julian watches, paralyzed. The sight is unreal. Cold sweat drips down his face as the horror sinks in. He snaps out of it just in time to scream, "Sound the alarms." The city erupts into chaos. Bells toll, soldiers scramble, and every knight in the kingdom prepares for the fight of their lives. Oakhaven is now under full-scale siege. The word spreads like wildfire. The shadow swarm has arrived. The different squads gather at the wall, their faces grim. York and Arthur look out at the horde, and it's bad. They're worried sick about Lucinda, but she's tough. "I'm fine," she yells back. "Just save the city." Secretly, she's kicking herself for being so reckless and forgetting her duty. "Shut your mouth," the monster barks, but Lord York doesn't flinch. "We're all going home together," he says, his voice like iron. "Safe and sound, no one stays behind." The demons brace for the impact. It's about to be a total bloodbath. "Everyone, strike at once!" Seraphina calls out to Julian, telling him to keep his head in the game. She leaps, higher than any human should, and shatters a barricade with a single, devastating kick. Arthur, he's moving weirdly. For some reason, the enemy isn't even targeting him. He slips past the front line like a ghost, getting right behind his opponent. York is completely confused by the situation. What is the boy doing? But the monster has an ace up his sleeve. "Keep your eyes on me or she dies," he hisses. He pulls Lucinda closer, using her as a shield while he prepares to bolt. The demon rams forward, dragging a frozen Lucinda with him. Arthur stops. This feels like a setup. He's been cut off from the leaders. "Stay calm," he whispers. "Don't be a fool." York screams for him to hold his ground. "Arthur, stop. You can't take that thing by yourself." But Arthur isn't listening. He looks at Lucinda, and his heart aches. There's something in her gaze, something familiar. He can't explain it, but he knows he can't let her go. He has to save her, no matter what. He has to follow. He can't just abandon her to these things. A short distance away, the Tide Terror stops to examine his prize, a cruel grin on his face. He tells Lucinda that his kind loves human emotions, especially the juicy ones. He's heard that humans make the most beautiful sounds when they're truly desperate. "Come on," the monster whispers, his voice dripping with malice. "Beg for your life, let me hear it." Lucinda tries to speak, but her mouth is covered in a magical gag of water. She can't get a word out. The demon realizes he's being a bit too thorough and yanks the water away. He wants his entertainment, after all. He leans in close, urging her again. "Scream for me, beg me to stop." But Lucinda, she just glares at him with an aura so cold it could freeze the sun. She doesn't scream, she doesn't beg. She looks him dead in the eye and says, "A thing like you isn't worth the effort." Total boss move. The demon is stunned. This isn't how the script goes. He's confused, actually thinking about why she isn't terrified. It's not the reaction he was looking for. Lucinda keeps going. "I was raised by a house of knights," she tells him. "We don't bow to monsters. To do that would be a disgrace to my blood." The monster's confusion turns to pure, unadulterated rage. He's being mocked by a captive. He loses his mind and delivers a brutal kick right to her face. "You're nothing but bait, little girl," he snarls. "You're going to die here, alone and forgotten." Lucinda's heart sinks. The despair is finally starting to set in. She closes her eyes, waiting for the end. The monster raises a claw to finish her off. But then a shadow falls over them both. Someone else is here. It's Arthur. He's standing there, dagger in hand, eyes burning with a quiet fury. "Let her go," he commands. "I'm the one you're really after, not her." Lucinda's eyes widen. "Arthur, you idiot. Why did you come here alone?" She can't believe he'd be this suicidal just to find her. The demon, however, is ecstatic. "Finally," he laughs. "The trap worked perfectly. The prize walked right into the cage." Lucinda freezes. Why is Arthur the target? None of it makes sense, but Arthur doesn't care about the why. He just looks at her, his voice soft. "Are you okay, Lucinda?" "I'm fine," she yells. "But get out of here. You can't win against a Tide Terror by yourself." Once again, the monster loses his patience with her shouting. He kicks her again. "Too much noise," he grumbles. Arthur's face goes completely dark. "I told you. Stop hurting her. Take me instead." He's offering himself up. The monster doesn't even bother answering. He just charges. He wants that kill, and he wants it now. He's moving like a blur. He stops inches from Arthur's face, a wicked grin showing. "Then die!" he screams. Arthur's reaction is a split second too slow, but he still manages to swing back. The monster dodges effortlessly, his body flowing like liquid. He spins around and lands a devastating counterattack before Arthur can even blink. This is bad. A brutal strike hits Arthur's ribs, and the boy, barely clinging to his defense, realizes his body simply cannot keep up with such terrifying speed. The Aquarian fiend taunts him. unleashing his magic while noting that Arthur's senses feel strangely similar to a high-ranking demon's. As he struggles against the bizarre water magic, Arthur wonders what's happening, realizing that the abyssal beasts have evolved far beyond the kingdom's old records. Meanwhile, Lady Leonora watches the slaughter in horror, realizing Arthur's physical vessel is far too fragile for this level of combat. He's got the technique of a master, but his body is weak, unable to channel anything beyond basic knightly strikes. If the battle continues like this, she fears Arthur will be slaughtered, and their journey together will end in a shallow grave. The anxious girl curses his recklessness. Why did he face a high-tier demon alone when he's clearly no match for it? Stealing her resolve, Leonora realizes she can't just sit in the shadows while her companion is torn apart by such a monster. Just then, the two clash again, and the Aquarian fiend uses his mastery over water to ensnare Arthur's arm in a crushing vortex. But Arthur sees a desperate opening. He lunges forward, aiming his blade at the monster's throat in a final, frantic counterattack. The demon blocks it effortlessly, mocked by the boy's weakness. It makes no sense that the one who cleared the caverns is this pathetic. Arthur can only gasp for air, having no clue what secrets this beast thinks he's hiding. Confused and insulted, the monster sneers that lying is a sin, and for that, the young man must be broken. He exerts his monstrous strength, beginning to crush Arthur's bones as the boy lies completely defenseless. After a one-sided beatdown, the demon prepares to finish the job, declaring that he has no mercy for a dishonest knight. Boom! A massive punch to the stomach sends Arthur hurtling through the air, his body tossed like a rag doll. He skids for miles, shattering trees until he lies broken in the dirt, while the beast looms over him, demanding he reveal his true power. Spitting blood, Arthur wonders if there's a single bone left intact after that devastating blow. Frantic, Leonora finally slices through her bindings, knowing she has to reach him before his heart stops beating. The demon stalks toward his prey, licking his teeth as he promises to devour Arthur's very soul. He senses a spark in Arthur, something that could help a lowly fiend like him evolve into a true abyssal lord. The monster reaches down to claim his prize, but in a flash, Leonora bursts onto the scene to save her friend. She misses her first dagger strike, but follows up instantly with a full-force double kick directly to the demon's chest. Like a whirlwind, she launches herself into the air and delivers a punishing blow straight to the beast's jaw. Leonora stands tall as a shield for our protagonist, growling that this monster shouldn't dare lay a finger on her teammate. Stunned, the fiend realizes he completely underestimated the girl's will to escape his trap. Arthur looks up at his savior, dazed by the sheer strength and conviction of the woman standing before him. Irritated, Leonora tells the beast that if he wants the boy, he'll have to kill the captain of the guard first, and the monster gleefully accepts. He unleashes a torrential rain of water needles, a storm of liquid blades capable of shredding anything in their path. Leonora realizes the attack is moving too fast, but she refuses to back down. With desperate agility, she deflects every single needle, using her own body as a fortress to protect Arthur. Arthur begs her to move, to save herself, but she snaps back. If she dodges, he dies. Period. Suddenly, the demon cackles, warning her to watch her feet. It was a setup from the start. The needles on the ground surge upward, impaling Leonora from behind and leaving her completely exposed. The monster lunges, seizing the girl by the throat and lifting her off the ground like a trophy. Pure malice radiates from the beast as he promises to humiliate her before she takes her final breath. With a sickening smile, he tells the knight that she'll soon be begging for a quick death. Fading into unconsciousness, Arthur can only watch through a blur as his friend is strangled right in front of him. He tries to scream, to fight, but the words die in his throat as his body fails him once again. The shame is overwhelming. He was reborn with the knowledge of legends, yet he's forced to watch those he cares about die. Suddenly, his mana core begins to crack under the pressure of his absolute rage and desperation. He drags himself upward as a dark, crimson energy begins to erupt from his very skin. A terrifying aura of bloodlust fills the air. Arthur would rather burn his soul to ashes than watch another comrade fall. The Aquarian fiend freezes, feeling a massive, ancient pressure emanating from the broken boy behind him. Trembling with a sudden, primal fear, the monster turns around to see what nightmare he has finally awakened. A sudden blast of crimson and obsidian energy tears past him. The beast is frozen, terror-stricken, as the shockwave ripples through the air. The Cobalt Knight recovers just in time to snatch his teammate from the brink. But wait, look at his hands. Deep gashes have opened up on his palms. Just the wind pressure from Arthur's power was enough to tear his skin apart. Unreal. Arthur cradles Lena, whispering that she did amazing for her first time leading the charge. Lena, she's completely stunned. Is this really the same boy she knew? He looks different, terrifying. With dark energy swirling around him like a storm, Arthur tells her one thing, leave the rest to him. He gently sets Lena down, letting her rest. That's when the Cobalt Fiend realizes something chilling. Arthur's scent, it's exactly like theirs. Arthur turns to face his nightmare. Honestly, even he doesn't know what's happening. This power, it's erupting from his very chest. It feels like a spear of pure energy, is about to pierce right through his ribs and shatter his body from the inside out. Moreover, this violent force felt like it would tear his physical form to shreds at any second. Then, it happens. Suddenly, boom, red energy explodes. Arthur groans in pure agony as his heartstone shifts, and a glowing crest burns itself onto his skin. The creature's eyes widen. That crest, that's the royal mark of the High King of the Abyss. This shouldn't be possible. A fading Lena watches in awe as Arthur undergoes a monstrous, beautiful transformation. He's becoming something else. Arthur doesn't care about the how. He just knows one thing, the beast in front of him is dead. He activates his marked form, and a single wicked horn erupts from his head. Elsewhere, the chaos continues. The two leaders of the Third Order are locked in a brutal, raging clash with the Earth Titan. The monster flinches while attacking one of them. Something is wrong. He feels a pulse of energy in the distance that makes his head spin in circles. "Eyes on me," Sir Thomas roars. He's not letting this thing breathe for a second. He charges in, fists loaded with pure power. Direct hit. Thomas lands a bone-shattering punch right on the beast's heartstone. The impact echoes across the entire battlefield like a thunderclap. It was a hell of a hit, but the Titan is still standing. Barely. Unfortunately for him, Lady Yvain is just getting started. She isn't in the mood for mercy. As soon as Thomas clears out, she's already in the air, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Crack. A heavy kick connects right with the Earth Titan's skull, sending the massive creature tumbling back like a broken toy. It smashes into a massive oak tree, but Yvain isn't done. She's moving in for the kill. No hesitation, no survivors. The monster is reeling. He can't even find a way to defend himself. These humans, they're absolute monsters in their own right. Sir David and Thomas aren't giving him a second to think. They charge back in, moving in perfect, deadly sync. Strike, a punch and a kick land at the exact same time, forcing the beast's glowing heartstone to start tearing through its chest. They release a final burst of energy, piercing straight through the creature's ribs. The sheer force launches the Titan into the sky. There's a massive hole where its stomach used to be. The monster is beyond furious now. It's desperate. Its heartstone starts glowing a violent, pulsing color. Captain Julian sees it immediately. The beast is trying to take everyone down with it. "It's going to blow," Julian screams. "They need to end this now." The monster is ready to erase everything in a final explosion. But then, 𝑺𝒕𝒖𝒓𝒏𝒔. A streak of golden light flashes from the horizon, piercing the beast and pinning it to the dirt. A heavy steel javelin. David and Yvain look back toward the fortress walls, wondering who just saved their lives. It came from the ramparts. The heavy artillery is finally raining down fire to protect the kingdom's gates. High on the walls, Julian is a whirlwind of steel. He's cutting down every lesser fiend that dares to climb the stone. He's holding his own, even against a literal sea of monsters. But man, there are just too many of them. It's a never-ending tide. Frustrated, Julian realizes they can't win this out here. He orders everyone back inside the city walls. The demon wave is coming. David hears the call and tells Thomas they have to move. The citizens are counting on them. Thomas hesitates. He's thinking about his student, Arthur, out there alone against a high-ranking marked knight. Julian snaps him out of it. Look, she feels the same way, but they aren't just teachers today. They are the Order's shield. They have a duty to the kingdom. Even though he's fuming with worry, Thomas knows she's right. This is what they signed up for. With a heavy heart, the two warriors turn their backs on Arthur's fight and rush toward the wall to stop the invasion. Back at the main event, the water fiend is losing his mind. Is this boy even human? He looks just like one of the marked. He's confused and angry. How could an inferior human sprout a mark of the high nobles? It makes zero sense. Arthur doesn't say a word. He just stands there, cloaked in his new, terrifying form. He's thinking, maybe this is it. Maybe this demonic power is the real reason he was reincarnated, to use this darkness to rewrite his own destiny. He raises a hand, and a glowing green orb forms at the tip of his finger. He tosses it casually behind him. The orb flies straight toward the unconscious Lena, expanding into a soft, shimmering field of healing light. He stands firm beside the girl, his magic knitting her wounds back together. The blue-skinned fiend, completely lost, watching in total confusion. The beast wonders, is this boy some kind of Sylvan knight? But our hero ignores the monster entirely, his mind racing to piece together his hazy memories. It clicks. He absorbed that shadow beast's essence, and looking at this watery monster, he realizes if he consumes this one too, its hydro powers are his for the taking. Suddenly, massive tree roots erupt from the earth, coiling around him like a protective cage. The tide creature is baffled. What is this power? It's never seen anything like it in all its dark years. Then, with total arrogance, Arthur rises. He's literally levitating on a throne made of twisted branches, looking down like a king. Our boy is actually excited. He wants to see just how far this dark power can go. But the creature, it finally realizes the truth. This human, he's stolen a Sylvan core. Fear sets in. The beast starts to shake, realizing it's staring at a literal monster in human skin. Interesting, Arthur mutters. In his entire life, he's never seen a nightmare look so terrified. In a flash, he uses his nature arts to launch himself right into the monster's personal space. He looks it right in the eye and tells it to bring it. Everything. He needs to know exactly what this new form can do. Who are you? The beast stammers, panicked. It lashes out, firing high-pressure water droplets straight at Arthur's head. But Arthur is ready. He snaps up a shield of solid stone, blocking the impact before leaping back to reset. Playing with the elements. Now that's fun. He remembers a specific trick from that Sylvan beast he just devoured. This is the perfect moment for a field test. He starts mimicking the exact technique he saw from his last kill. Massive roots burst from the soil, lashing out at the tide beast. They swarm it, coiling tighter and tighter. The wood binds its limbs, twisting its watery body with brutal force. And the crazy part, Arthur thinks this is actually pretty easy. The monster is literally being strangled. It lets out a choked, agonizing moan as the roots squeeze the life out of it. Our boy is loving this. He just tells the creature to keep struggling, give him a real challenge. Desperate, the beast plays its final card. A glowing orb of water forms in its chest, a deadly blast it calls the Great Unmaking. The beam streaks toward Arthur to erase him from existence, but he's too fast. He reacts instantly, dodging the death ray with inches to spare. Realizing that failed, the creature goes feral. It charges head-on, determined to end this fight right now. It swings its razor-sharp claws, aiming for Arthur's throat. "You can't kill me!" the beast screams in a frenzy. It manages to slash Arthur's arm, mocking him. It thinks because he's using wood-type magic, it has the elemental advantage. The beast unleashes a flurry of strikes, yelling that this level of power is way beyond a human's understanding. Then, bam! A heavy kick to the chest sends Arthur flying backward like a rag doll. He smashes through a massive oak, the impact enough to kill a normal man. But Arthur, he's actually smiling. While spinning through the air, he commands the forest. A giant wooden hand grows from a nearby tree, catching him mid-flight. Surrounded by a blood-red aura, he admits the beast might be right. He doesn't truly know the limits of this demonic strength yet. But then, with that trademark arrogance, he reminds the beast he's the greatest warrior alive, and he's a very fast learner. His severed arm literally regrows before our eyes. He tells the beast that to win, he just needs to get used to this dark energy. He's adapting in real time. The Tide Beast is absolutely floored. How is a human using high-level regeneration like it's nothing? It's unheard of. Wood elemental healing, executed perfectly in a fraction of a second. "I told you," Arthur smirks. "I'm a quick study." Without another word, he lunges forward with sheer, raw physical power. He's closing the gap in a heartbeat. The beast can only stand there, stunned into silence. He's bouncing off the trees, gaining more and more momentum with every single leap. He's accelerating fast. Blink and you'd miss it. Suddenly, Arthur is right there, staring the beast down from inches away. Before it can even try to retreat, roots erupt from the dirt, locking the beast's feet in place. It's trapped. Arthur grabs the creature's face with both hands, a terrifying, demonic grin spreading across his lips. "You're not going anywhere," he whispers. Then he starts to hover, using the very hydro magic he's beginning to siphon. He sighs, telling the beast he's actually getting a bit bored, and that's when he starts to do something horrific. The beasts inside start glowing a sickly green. Energy builds up, pulsing. And then, boom, a massive explosion rocks the area. The fiend is literally vaporized in an instant. When the smoke clears, only Arthur is left, standing there without a single scratch. The beast's glowing soul core flies straight into the back of our blackened, white-haired hero. But wait, something is happening. The scattered remains of the creature begin to pull back together. It's reforming. The nightmare isn't over yet. The beast brags he can rebuild his body at will, but Arthur strikes first, skewering it with wooden spikes. Arthur mocks him, knowing that while flesh heals, a demon's spirit heart, the vital core, cannot regenerate so easily. He calls the creature a complete fool for overestimating its power. Talk about a brutal reality check in its final moments. The monster watches in horror as its core is ripped away, pulled from its body by the roots Arthur summoned. Desperate, it tries to stop him, but Arthur just crushes the heart. He declares that even high-rank demons die here. With a terrifying expression, he decides he's taking the creature's water powers. He isn't showing any mercy today. Right then, the demon's body begins to melt, dissolving into a dark liquid that spreads across the forest floor. Under a blood-red moon, Arthur stares at the shimmering essence. He shatters the vessel and begins drinking the power. He's hungry for strength, and every drop he consumes fuels his ascent. After finishing, he simply wipes his mouth. "Not bad," he mutters, his gaze shifting toward Leonie. She's being healed by the very energy he just released. Suddenly, Arthur uses his new water magic to surge toward the girl. In a flash, he materializes right in her face. He stares her down with eyes that aren't his own. It's like a different, darker personality has taken control. He mutters a chilling mantra. "Demons devour, humans kill." He repeats it again, preparing to strike his own companion. He shatters the protection around her, nearly hitting her, but just before the fatal blow lands, his hand stops. Arthur's true self is fighting back, desperately blocking that evil force. He won't let the darkness win this fight. He growls that he'd never kill an ally. He only ever wanted her safe. He orders the voice to get out. Inside his mind, the rank 8 demon is stunned. He can't believe a human can resist his will like this. But he finds it fascinating. Meanwhile, back at the city walls, the battle rages as Sophia and Serafina hold the line. They're fighting tooth and nail to keep the horde back. Julian slams the earth, sending monsters flying everywhere. He's irritated, demanding to know where Arthur and Leonie are. Their squad is the only one that hasn't regrouped yet. Sophia yells back that she heard 2 warriors escape the city. and were being hunted by 2 ranked demons. She fears it's their friends. Seraphina is shocked to hear her brother and comrade are out there alone. Sophia tells her to focus. The situation is critical. Seraphina grinds her teeth, annoyed by more demons blocking her path. She charges in, knowing they just have to endure this wave. Just then, David and Dorian finally arrive to help. They dive straight into the sea of monsters. Julian's already in the thick of it, checking everyone's mana levels. Thomas is way too busy fighting to give a long answer. He leaps up and crashes down like a meteor. He pulverizes one beast and blasts the rest back with energy. He finally shouts that his core is still holding up. Julian knows the risk. A knight's core will eventually burn out when using this much power. They have to be careful. Luckily, they're working in perfect sync. Julian lands a heavy kick, sending a demon spiraling into the horde. She asks Julian for the next move. He points out that with the ranked demon dead, the others are leaderless. These feral beasts are just attacking aimlessly now. And get this, even these monsters understand the concept of fear. The plan is simple: make them terrified. Julian declares they'll use this chance to break the enemy's will. It's all about buying time for the soldiers. David and Dorian's cores begin to glow as they agree with the plan. In perfect sync, they launch themselves into the air. They prepare for a massive strike that will level everything. They promise to make those bastards explode until nothing remains. Then, they charge straight down into the wave. The monsters only see a blinding flash of energy. The impact is catastrophic, throwing bodies in every direction. Many are disintegrated instantly. A massive hole is left in the ground, leaving the remaining creatures absolutely paralyzed. Without a commander, these things are like soldiers without a leader, just flailing. Now's the time to strike. Even these mindless beasts understand death is coming for them. The plan, pure, unadulterated terror. With a wicked grin, Julian says they need to crush their spirit and give the soldiers a breathing room. David and Dorian's cores flare up. They're totally in sync now, ready to unleash absolute hell from above. They launch into the sky, preparing an attack that'll leave nothing but dust. They aren't holding back one bit. "Let's make them explode," they shout, diving into the demonic sea. The energy they're putting out is just insane. The monsters don't even have time to scream, as that massive burst of power slams right into their ranks. Total devastation. A giant crater is all that's left, and the surviving monsters, they're absolutely terrified now. Total shock. Diana looks at her team, reminding them that after surviving that high-ranked archfiend, this was already the second time they'd been pushed to the absolute edge. They had to tap into their inner cores again. Thomas grunts, admitting that if their bodies could actually handle the raw strain without breaking, he'd never stop. He'd stay in this beast mode until every last monster was wiped out. Then, moving as one, the two of them launch a synchronized strike at the remaining horde to end this nightmare once and for all. Finish line. Julian watches from the side, thinking those crimson cores are pure explosive destruction. But hey, he's got his own tricks to show off. His sapphire power flares up, and he charges straight into the sea of enemies. It's a total blur. The boy is cutting through those beasts like they're nothing but paper. Pieces of monsters everywhere. Sarah stands there, completely floored. She'd never seen the squad leaders go all out like this before, and honestly, it's terrifying. They are on a whole different level. Meanwhile, Selena can't take her eyes off them, whispering about how insane the power of a high-ranked core really is. Seeing that strength, it makes her incredibly jealous. After the dust finally settles, Julian calls out to the group, making sure everyone is still in one piece. They're fine, better than fine. Diana even has a smirk on her face, admitting she actually enjoyed tearing those demons apart. But then, the tide shifts. The horde starts to back off. They've taken too much heat. Julian lets out a cheer. Those bastards are finally feeling fear. The plan is actually working. It's time to rally the troops. The commander shouts for the knights to catch their breath and reload, because the demonic wave is finally hitting the brakes. Keep the pressure on. As the monsters scramble back, cheers erupt all across the fortress walls. The soldiers are losing their minds with joy. The squad leaders really are legends. Julian finally lets out a long, heavy sigh, thinking they can finally get some sleep. But then, his stomach drops. His eyes go wide. Something is moving through the chaos of the retreating horde. He thinks it's another high-ranked demon, but he's dead wrong. They brace for another archfiend. But as the smoke clears, a shadow emerges, one they recognize immediately. The three leaders freeze in total shock. It's him. Out of the mist comes Arthur, looking like a total ghost, carrying the limp body of his friend, Leo, in his arms. It's eerie. Every single monster that was just clawing at the walls suddenly stops. They're frozen, paralyzed just by being near him. Diana is speechless. Arthur's aura is overwhelming. Julian, though, is sweating bullets, wondering what happened to the archfiend that was supposed to be hunting the boys. Julian's panicking. Even if the big guys are gone, Arthur shouldn't be out there alone. The mindless bottom feeders will tear him apart in seconds. Right on cue, the mindless beasts charge. They don't have brains, just hunger. Sir Galahad screams, trying to rush out and intercept them before it's too late. He yells at them to stop, but Arthur, he doesn't even flinch. He stands there like a statue, not moving a single muscle as the monsters close in. He just looks at them, one cold stare. Then he gives a single low command, "Leave!" And just like that, the air itself seems to tremble. They felt it. Every monster turns tail and runs without looking back. These once furious beasts are now shaking, literally bowing in pure, unadulterated terror. One demon breaks and bolts, then another. Soon, the entire massive horde is in a blind panic, desperate to get away from this one boy. They're sprinting right past him, not even daring to touch him. In the middle of all that confusion, Arthur stands tall, looking completely untouched by the madness. Sir Galahad stops dead in his tracks. He's completely lost. He looks back at the others, asking why on earth the entire demonic army just gave up. "Why did they run?" he asks. Up on the battlements, a lone soldier finally realizes the truth of what they're seeing. It's impossible, yet it's happening. The realization spreads like wildfire. The demonic wave is gone. The nightmare is over. A roar of celebration breaks out across the entire fortress. They save the kingdom, but amidst the cheering, one young guard pulls his friend aside. Wait, why did they actually leave? He wonders if the squad leaders were just that scary, but deep down, he knows that's not it. Still, the victory feels too good to ignore. The party keeps going. Everyone is chanting the names of the three leaders, calling them the saviors of the walls. But the leaders themselves, they know better. Sir Galahad looks at his team. Did they really do this? Thomas speaks up, pointing a trembling finger toward Arthur. There's only one other explanation. They ran because of that boy. But as soon as the threat is gone, Arthur's strength evaporates. He drops to his knees and collapses hard onto the dirt. Out cold, Sir Galahad sprints toward his student, desperate to help. As Arthur's vision fades into black, he sees his mentors rushing his way. Everything goes dark, but inside his mind, a voice echoes. It's an eight-ranked archfiend, and he sounds almost impressed by how Arthur used his power. "You liked that, didn't you?" The voice sneers. Arthur, totally lost, demands to know who or what is talking to him in the dark. The demon chuckles. Apparently, they met 50 years ago. He tells Arthur he should really try to remember. It was quite a meeting. Then it hits him. This is one of the two legendary eight-ranked monsters from his visions. Trembling, Arthur asks just how many of them are out there. The creature just laughs it off. "Don't worry about the numbers," it says. "You'll find out exactly how many of us there are soon enough." Arthur's mind clears, and suddenly he's standing face to face with the same monster from his past. The sheer pressure is suffocating. The monster decides to drop a name. He's the king of the archfiends, the absolute strongest eight-ranked demon to ever walk the earth. Arthur is paralyzed. He can't even find his voice. But the demon is actually watching him closely, surprised that a mere human isn't shaking in his boots. This human has an insane presence. No wonder Arthur was able to reject the demon, 𝒔𝒐𝒏𝒔 earlier. He's got a spine made of iron. "Relax," the demon says. "I'm not going to kill you. Yet." But Arthur isn't having it. He stands up, his eyes burning with pure irritation. He demands to know one thing. "Why me?" But the king of demons just shakes his head, telling the boy he's asking way too many questions. In a flash, a dark reflection of himself appears, gripping Arthur's face with a cold stare. This scarlet sovereign whispers that the boy will learn the truth of his grand design soon enough, so there is no need to rush into the fire. For now, they are bound to the same vessel, two souls sharing one body. The entity admits he must enter a deep hibernation for a long time to recover his strength, leaving Arthur on his own. To keep them both from the grave, Arthur must push himself to the limit and evolve in the days to come. With a sneer of pure arrogance, the demon lord delivers one final chilling message. If Arthur manages to survive and grow, he will finally draw closer to becoming a perfect existence, just like the legendary sovereign of the abyss himself. As Arthur struggles to his feet, he scoffs at the monster, thinking this demon clearly underestimates the iron will of a human being. He prepares to strike back at the creature, but the nightmare shatters as a voice calls his name. Suddenly, he's wide awake, gasping for air. Reality hits him like a truck. Arthur is actually pinning Lady Lenora by the collar, his fist cocked back as if he's about to deck her. Even worse, he's accidentally staring right at, well, parts of her that definitely weren't meant for his eyes. Talk about an awkward wake-up call. Our hero stands there completely dazed and confused, trying to figure out how he ended up in this disaster. Before he can even process the situation, Lenora delivers a swift, embarrassing strike to his face. Her subordinates don't hesitate either, immediately jumping in to rough up our protagonist for his clumsy behavior. Lenora is turning a deep shade of crimson, absolutely mortified by the whole ordeal. Suddenly, a booming voice from the side calls her completely clueless. She spins around, and there he is. A man dressed in high-tier martial arts attire, radiating an aura of pure authority. He demands to know if this is how she treats the very man who saved her life. Instantly, every guard who was pummeling Arthur freezes and bows deeply before the newcomer. Lenora stammers out a greeting, revealing that this man is her father. Arthur is just standing there, totally lost and struggling to understand this chaotic shift in the room. He looks up at the massive figure, an imposing warrior who looks like he could crush a mountain. Behind him, Julian whispers the truth. This is the Grandmaster of the famous Valerius Order in High Reach City. Meet the head of the legendary Sidhu lineage, Lord Alaric Valerius. Seeing him, Arthur realizes this is his comrade's father, and the man who personally saw to his recovery while he was in a deep coma. Our boy doesn't waste a second, jumping to his feet and offering a respectful bow. He gives a formal greeting to the sect leader, thanking him sincerely for the hospitality and care. Lord Alaric just laughs it off, opening his arms wide and stating there's no need for such formalities. He reminds everyone that Arthur saved his daughter from certain death. For that act of bravery, the entire Valerius family is eternally grateful. Alaric then announces that all the weary warriors can rest at the family's grand dojo. It's time to celebrate the retreat of the dark demonic wave. The Lord mentions he's watched the 3 squad leaders since they were just kids, so they shouldn't be so stiff and formal. He tells them to treat the dojo like their own home. He also asks them to keep an eye on his daughter, noting that while she has a bit of a prickly personality, she's a good person who shouldn't be coddled. Silas responds smoothly, assuring the Lord that they've got it covered and will do their absolute best to watch over her. But then the atmosphere shifts. The blonde commander states that before they head to the celebration, he needs everyone to clear the room, everyone except for Arthur. He wants a private conversation, and just like that, the mood turns deadly serious. Arthur is confused by the sudden tension, but everyone follows orders and filters out. This leaves only the 3 elite squad leaders in the room with him. Silas steps forward, his voice cold, noting that the demon attack during the trials and the recent wave were suspicious. He wants to know exactly what Arthur knows. Sir Julian, looking completely irritated, turns to 𝒖𝒂𝒏 and says that even though Arthur is on his own team, he can't let sentiment cloud his judgment. He's going to handle this personally. He steps right into Arthur's space, his expression turning into something truly terrifying. Then comes the question that stops Arthur's heart. Are you actually a demon? Our protagonist is shocked into a deafening silence. It's a total nightmare scenario. The three leaders and the boy just stare at each other in an awkward, suffocating silence. Thinking fast, Arthur tries to laugh it off, claiming he and Lenora barely escaped the clutches of that single-horned fiend. There's no way he could be a monster, right? But Julian isn't buying it. He points out that the other fiends were killed by 𝒖𝒂𝒏 and the rest of the team working together. So, how did Arthur take down a high-level demon all by himself? He leans in, pressuring the boy, asking how he really made it out alive with the girl. Arthur is sweating. He's officially out of excuses. Julian looks like he's going over the edge, questioning if Arthur only escaped because he was an accomplice to the monsters all along. Arthur's mind is racing. Should he reveal the secret? If he tells them about the Scarlet Sovereign living inside him, things will get ugly fast. He knows these people won't listen to a long explanation. They'll just see a monster and kill him on the spot without a second thought. They wouldn't let an opportunity like this pass. To them, he's just a demon because his body harbors the spirit of the most powerful entity in existence. Sir Julian begins to draw a hidden blade, his voice dropping to a whisper. He warns that if Arthur stays silent, he'll have to resort to a much more violent interrogation. Arthur grips his own hilt, wondering if he's about to fight his way out of a room full of masters. But then, Lady Alara arrives and grabs Julian's hand, telling him to stop this madness. She points out a simple fact: only elite demons with 4 horns or more can actually shift into human form. Even if Arthur were a monster, it wouldn't make sense for him to look like this. 𝒖𝒂𝒏 just stands there, silent and calculating, as he processes her words and the heavy tension finally starts to crack. No one would believe him. To them, he'd just be another monster wearing a human face, a target to be destroyed. And honestly, they aren't wrong. His body is literally a vessel for the archdemon's forbidden power. Hugh loses his cool. He pulls a dagger, threatening to get violent if Arthur doesn't start talking right now. Arthur freezes. Do I fight? Do I stay quiet? He's actually considering throwing hands with his own team. But then Diana steps in. She grabs Hugh's wrist. Stop. She points out that only high-tier demons can mimic humans perfectly. There's no way a monster like that would be hiding in the heart of the Citadel. It just doesn't make sense. Thorn just watches. Meanwhile, Arthur is done. He absolutely hates being treated like some weak, helpless kid. Think about it, monsters don't do friends. They don't have companions, and they definitely don't get the whole brother-in-arms thing. They're selfish, brutal, and totally inhuman. But our boy Arthur, he risked everything to pull Lyra out of that hellhole. Because of that, Julian wasn't buying the demon theory for a second. Julian gives the kid a couple of solid pats on the back, laughing it off. He admits he knew Arthur wasn't a monster. He just wanted to rattle his cage a little. With a smirk, the man notes that Arthur basically spit in the face of death itself. It must have been one hell of a nightmare. But here's the problem. Lyra told them she blacked out the second that Shadow Beast showed up. She doesn't remember a single thing about the fight. In other words, if Arthur really snatched her from the jaws of that beast, they wanted the full story, every single detail. Elena looks him dead in the eye and asks if he really took down that legendary monster all by himself. Right then, Arthur sees a tiny opening. He'd been so worried about the dark power inside him that he forgot he could just make something up. Finally, he opens his mouth and plays it cool. "It happened because I'm a genius," he says, leaning into the lie. He claims he can instantly drain the mana from a monster's heart. By flooding his own system with that raw energy, he says he can tap into power far beyond what any normal knight could handle. Elena looks confused. If what he's saying is true, then Arthur's secret gift is basically a high-speed version of their own mana overdrive. Arthur just nods. Exactly. Inside, though, He's praying they actually fall for this insane explanation. Silence falls over the group. They just stare at each other for a long, tense moment. Then, Julian starts to chuckle. He shakes his head. If that's true, kid, then you really are a freak of nature. A genius among men. Sir Tristan speaks up next, asking if that's how he survived the first incident and how he crushed the shadow beast. Arthur doesn't blink. Yes. He explains that his body just clicked. He felt himself absorbing every drop of mana before releasing it in one massive, explosive strike. Tristan ponders this. If the boy is telling the truth, it explains why his mana heart was shattered into pieces multiple times. Even Arthur starts to wonder, is he actually a genius? Or is he just getting really good at convincing himself his lies are real? Alina chimes in, pointing out that if this power is real, it's completely out of his control. He hasn't had the training to handle that much raw mana. Tristan walks toward his student. He agrees with her, and because of that, he wants to see this genius power with his own eyes. He wasn't taking no for an answer. Tristan wants a test, right here, right now. Flare of mana lighting up his hand, he points toward the training grounds. The arena, now, let's see what you've got. Under the cold glow of the moonlight, the master and student square off. Arthur finishes fastening his knight's tunic, still annoyed. He couldn't believe it. This man still doubted him. He really had to fight his own captain just to prove he wasn't a monster. Tristan drops into a low, predatory stance. Come at me, don't hold back. Arthur clenches his fists, feeling the pressure. He knew the truth. In this young, weak body, there was no way he could match Tristan. His past life's elite skills were useless if his muscles couldn't keep up. He reaches for his mana heart, hesitating. What was the play here? But he didn't have time to think. Ready or not, Tristan roars. He vanishes in a blur of speed, charging at Arthur like a human cannonball. Boom, an explosion of dirt and energy rocks the arena. Arthur dodges, but only by a fraction of an inch. Tristan doesn't stop. He pivots, planting his foot and swinging a heavy kick that whistles through the air. Again, Arthur barely slips away. The sheer wind pressure from the strike nearly knocks him over. His hair whipped back and small stones flew like shrapnel. Arthur looks back and sees a literal crater where he was standing a second ago. His teacher wasn't playing around. This was a hunt. Alina shouts from the sidelines, telling Tristan to take it easy, but Tristan completely ignores her. Reflexes are sharp, Tristan notes, his eyes glowing with battle lust. Very sharp. Arthur grinds his teeth. He knew those reflexes were the only thing left from his past life, but he was already hitting his limit. Tristan isn't interested in talk anymore. Let's see how you handle this. He winds up a punch that looks like it could level a house. He strikes the earth. A massive shockwave echoes through the kingdom, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that swallows the entire arena. Arthur retreats, trying to find some breathing room. This guy was going completely overboard. He was tearing the arena to shreds. Suddenly, out of the smoke, like a lion closing in on a gazelle, Tristan appears directly behind him. Before Arthur can even gasp, a hand like a vice grips his neck. He's lifted off the ground, his breath hitching as he's immobilized. Tristan's voice is a low growl. Is that it? Is that all you've got, genius? Arthur struggles, but he's trapped. His body just won't move. Then, with zero mercy, Tristan delivers a brutal kick. Arthur is sent sailing through the air like a rag doll until he slams into the stone wall. Julian and Alina jump to their feet, eyes wide with worry. That's enough, Julian shouts. You're going to kill the boy. Alina tries to stay calm, saying Tristan knows what he's doing, but even she looks nervous. They should wait and see. Tristan stands in the center of the ruins, looking down at his student. You call yourself a genius. Get up. I've seen better from a stable boy. He stands up. His eyes change. In his past life, the greatest paladins called him Kalen, the king of battle. To him, Thorn is just a child playing soldier. If Arthur's supposed to be a genius, it's time to prove it. If he can't win this, he hasn't lived up to his legend. Not even close. It's time to stop holding back. He decides to cheat a little. He taps into that forbidden, cursed energy swirling deep inside his chest. Sorry, Thorn, but this rebellious teen is about to break the rules. Suddenly, a dark, crimson aura explodes around him. Diana's jaw drops. That pressure, it's not human. Arthur starts walking toward the commander like he owns the place. He speaks, cold, imposing. My turn. He's channeling the terrifying presence of his past life. Thorn feels it. His blood turns to ice. It's like he's standing face to face with the former strongest warrior in the world. Arthur feels the demon blood singing in his veins. The core is low rank, but the power, it's absolutely intoxicating. As long as he keeps his mind sharp, he can force this weak human body to evolve past its limits. He's pushing his synchronization to the absolute edge. It's now or never. Watch what happens next. Joel turns to Diana, eyes wide. Are you seeing this? His sync rate. It's skyrocketing. Diana is speechless. Thorn is practically shaking. The kid just hit 40% and he's still climbing. Sarah's record was 39%. Arthur just blew past her like she was standing still. Arthur doesn't give him a second to breathe. Eyes on me, Commander. Don't get distracted. Boom, he lunges. A punch aimed straight for the chest. Thorn barely reacts in time to block. Solid contact. Thorn defends with his arms, but his mind is racing. He's twice as fast. His stats are surging. Arthur smirks. Just a feint. Before Thorn can even blink, Arthur is already bracing against the ground. He pivots with impossible speed, gathering every ounce of momentum for a devastating low kick. Crack, he catches Thorn's leg perfectly. The commander's balance, gone. He's heading straight for the dirt. Even as he falls, Thorn is impressed. He can't believe a rookie exploited an opening that quickly. He tries to recover, but he sees it. Arthur is already moving for the finisher. It's over. Arthur launches a massive kick toward Sir Thomas, while Julian, watching from the sidelines, is absolutely floored by the display. He can't help but wonder where the boy suddenly gained such insane combat experience. It's a relentless assault, and the sheer skill is mind-blowing. But just then, a new voice cuts through the tension. Bad move, the man says, getting into a close-quarters scrap with a master of hand-to-hand combat like Sir Thomas. That's just asking for a world of hurt. It's Lord Sterling. He's just arrived on the scene. Diana asks exactly when he showed up, and he just gives a casual shrug. Just got here, he replies. Julian immediately starts panicking, apologizing for turning the royal training grounds into a total demolition zone. Lord Sterling looks at the wreckage. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. Julian quickly promises that they'll cover the costs, and that Sir Thomas will be the one footing the bill. The Lord doesn't seem to mind, though. He's more interested in the boy who shares a name with the realm's legendary hero. He wants to see exactly how this kid fights when the pressure is on. Right then, the heat turns up. Arthur tries to land another blow, but Sir Thomas manages to lock him down, completely neutralizing the kick. With a smug, arrogant grin, the teacher tells his student that he's finally caught him in a corner. He thinks he's got the upper hand. Watching from the edge, Lord Sterling just shakes his head. Thomas has always been like this, a predator since he was a young squire. If he sees even a tiny opening, he'll take it instantly. Not to mention, after years of surviving on the front lines against shadow beasts, his battle instincts are off the charts. To get out of this lockdown, Arthur would need to pull off something truly miraculous. Sterling fears the boy is about to receive a very painful lesson. Sir Thomas winds up for a punch, a confident smile plastered across his face. But Arthur, he's not backing down. Wrong, he says. I'm the one who caught you. He launches himself into the air as if he's going for a desperate flip. But it's a brilliant feint. Using all that momentum and raw power, he drives his forehead straight into Sir Thomas's skull. A direct, bone-shattering headbutt. Everyone watching is stunned into silence. They watch as their elite teacher is sent flying backward by the impact, crashing into the distance. Sir Thomas scrambles to his feet, absolutely livid. You little bastard, he roars, his pride taking a bigger hit than his jaw. Arthur just shrugs it off. He notes that while human bones are tough, a man's forehead is the ultimate weapon. My turn, he says with a smirk. Without giving the man a second to breathe, he charges back in, looking to catch the veteran completely off guard. Sir Thomas realized the kid isn't playing around. He taps into his inner essence, his aura flaring as he warns Julian that he isn't going to hold back anymore. Julian screams out. He knows his friend can't take much more of this intensity. At that exact moment, Thomas hammers his fist into the earth. Boom, a massive crater explodes in the center of the arena. Arthur barely dodges the shockwave, realizing the man is burning his essence to multiply his strength several times over. It's a temporary but devastating power-up. Diana chimes in, noting it's a high-level combat technique that few can truly master. She thanks them for the demonstration and begins to lead the group away from the wreckage. The surrounding crowd is left in awe of the skill shown by this young prodigy. Sir Thorn is holding his ground, shouting that if Alaric actually wants to win, he's going to have to swallow a bitter dose of that dark, demonic essence. The kid doesn't hesitate. He throws a punch at empty air, and suddenly this massive spectral force slams forward, shattering rocks and kicking up a thick wall of dust. Thorn is absolutely floored. He's just standing there in the middle of the chaos, eyes wide, trying to figure out what the hell just happened right in front of him. But Alaric isn't giving him any breathing room. Before the knight can even think, our boy completely vanishes from sight in the blink of an eye. He reappears right behind his teacher, aiming to end the duel then and there. Julian, watching from the sidelines, realizes the kid used the dust as a screen to copy Thorn's own signature moves. It looked like he was literally stealing the captain's style. However, Lord Gareth, who is watching the whole thing unfold, doesn't think it's just cheap mimicry. He argues that it's all because of Alaric's insane, almost terrifying ability to learn and adapt to anything in seconds. Thorn is getting seriously annoyed now. "That's my technique," he growls, spinning around in a desperate move to strike the boy from behind. Bad move. Silas sees it instantly. Thorn left himself wide open. Alaric doesn't miss the chance and drives a heavy blow right into the knight's gut. But wait, it turns out he pulled the punch. Thorn stands there shivering, realizing the force behind it was absolutely overwhelming. In his mind, the captain knows the kid missed on purpose to save him from a serious injury. Alaric steps back, finally catching his breath. He tells his captain that if Thorn hadn't been holding back at the start, Alaric never could have found that opening to win the day. The boy also points out that since Thorn's forehead was bruised, his vision was probably blurred, making him see triple. Striking a confident pose, he asks if Sir Thorn finally believes in his power now. The veteran knight stays silent for a long moment. Deep down, he's finally admitting the truth. This kid, he's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Lord Gareth is just as stunned by the display. He mutters about how the boy is truly a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, the heavy sound of boots echoing across the stones catches their attention. The rest of the crew arrives, and Alara wants to know why the three of them skipped out on the feast house Lancaster had prepared. She mentions the delicious spread they're missing, but then she stops dead, noticing the absolute wreckage of the arena. "What did you guys do to this place?" she asks. Alaric just shrugs and points the finger, saying most of the damage was the captain's fault. The group approaches them, and Leonora takes one look at the scene, realizing the captain and Alaric must have been going at it for real. Cedric walks up to his friend and jokes about him losing, but Alaric just tries to defend himself, saying maybe Thorn just isn't used to dealing with talented brats. Gareth tells the boy he doesn't need to be so modest. They've all trained hard enough, and it's time to head out and celebrate with a proper dinner. As they leave, Alaric passes by Silas and mentions how starving he is, heading toward the food before anyone else. Silas watches him go, thinking about how the kid is strong and knows exactly how to handle himself in a tough spot. His intelligence and raw power are just full of insane potential. Lord Gareth then pulls Leonora aside for a private father-daughter chat. He mentions that the boy isn't half bad and asks his daughter if she's actually interested in him. Poor Leonora. Hearing that sudden remark from her father makes her turn bright red, absolutely mortified by the suggestion. After that awkwardness, we cut to the feast where the 3 squad leaders and our heroes are gathered around a massive table with Leonora's father. The Lord stands up, raising a small chalice to get everyone's attention. Silas speaks up, saying that on behalf of the entire city, he wants to thank them. He offers a toast to their service and to the brave warriors who fought in the recent battle. He finishes by giving a special nod to our protagonist. Lord Gareth personally thanks Alaric for saving his daughter's life. The boy just plays it cool, replying that the pleasure was all his and he was just doing his duty. Suddenly, whack, Thorn smacks the kid right on the head, asking why he's drinking when he isn't even of age yet. "I'm 18, Alaric fires back. "You have to be an adult to even take the Royal Knight's exam, remember?" Julian just laughs, realizing Thorn is just using the opportunity to get back at Alaric for the fight earlier. Silas is clearly pleased with the whole scene. Gareth looks at his daughter with a smirk, noting that it's great Alaric is officially an adult. Leonora sees exactly what her father is doing and looks like she wants to crawl under the table and disappear forever. She flashes back to their conversation in the arena, where her father told her he'd been watching the kid fight and that he was the real deal. Gareth had even teased her, saying that even someone as prideful as Leonora must be attracted to a talent like that. The girl is still totally confused, thinking the whole idea is just ridiculous. She tells her father to stop being absurd. She remembers all the times the boy acted like a total goofball around her, noting that he's actually quite childish when he's not fighting. We return to the feast, where Alara is busy obsessing over the incredible spread of food, happy to finally have a decent meal. Finn, who was also there, brings the conversation back to the big mystery. How exactly did Alaric manage to scare off that high-level demon? Sir Thorn answers for him, explaining that the boy can actually siphon power from a monster's core to temporarily boost his strength by several times. Julian chimes in, adding that it's a rare and powerful ability, almost like a secret trump card. Arthur's just relieved his group, finally pulled through. Lord Sterling begins leading the students toward the hidden tunnels, explaining that the underground route is far safer than the surface. The Order captains used to draw from their inner soul gems, a dormant power she claims our boy Arthur must have finally unlocked. But this was pure madness. Without any formal knightly training, that sheer force could literally tear his body apart. Cedric pulls him into the huddle, finally revealing the truth. Sir Tristan just went all out in a duel, and that's what leveled the arena. The kid realizes the raw power Arthur unleashed was insane, but without more training, his frame simply won't hold that kind of magic. He's gotta train harder, or that energy will shatter him. Meanwhile, Arthur's standing there with a massive secret. There was no way he could tell them he'd already consumed 2 high-tier eldritch crystals, especially since one grants total regeneration. He kept quiet about his body's ability to heal in a heartbeat, even if he couldn't fully control the backlash yet. Just let it go, Arthur thinks. He couldn't risk the truth, so he'd let them believe it was just some unique, innate talent. Lady Seraphina is floored. She had no idea Arthur possessed such a gift, calling it incredible. They couldn't let him outpace them now. But Julian, he wasn't buying it. He stood there seething, wondering if this peasant really had that kind of power. Sir Tristan drops the hammer. Normally, Arthur and Julian would be locked in the dungeons for breaking curfew and sneaking out. However, since they took down that greater fiend, he's letting them off the hook. But Cedric warns them, don't get too cocky. Their order is still dead last in the royal tournament. They need to step up their game, and they need to do it fast. Arthur doesn't flinch. He promises their squad is aiming for the throne, and they won't settle for anything less than first place. 1 month later, following the Great Siege, every knightly order was scrambling for royal quests, making missions incredibly scarce. So Julian and the rest had a sit-down and made a bold move. They hatched a plan to gamble their points on high-stakes challenges. Their first target, the Obsidian Guard. We see their commander sneering, asking Arthur if he remembers the beating from their last duel. Julian ignores the trash talk. Coldly, he offers a 10-point bet on a single combat duel, straight to the point. no games. The guard leader is pissed but bites. He agrees, gloating that Captain Tristan won't be there to save them this time. With 4 sinister glares, they challenge Arthur's squad to step into the Grand Colosseum. The stakes have never been higher. Inside the massive stone arena, 2 fighters face off while the crowds roar from the stands. It's finally showtime. The obsidian captain mocks Arthur. "A lot of eyes on you, kid. Try not to start crying when you lose in front of everyone." Arthur just shrugs. "Don't count your gold yet," he says, wondering why their leader isn't the one stepping up to fight. The red-headed knight scoffs. He claims their champion is a girl because he didn't want Arthur making excuses for losing points. But luckily for him, Arthur's team leader is a girl too. Enter Lady Alara, and she looks absolutely stunning with those golden hairpins. Arthur sees her being underestimated and just smiles. He knows better. "Don't sleep on our captain," he warns them. He knows Lady Alara isn't just some moody noble girl. She's dangerous, and this fight is about to prove exactly why. Alara doesn't waste a second. In her weird way, she starts taking sketches of Julian right before the duel kicks off. Suddenly, a vibrant green aura erupts around her. She tells her opponent to hurry up. She wants this over with quickly. Her opponent, the stinging wasp, realizes who she is. The heiress of House Sterling, known as the Silent Reaper. The wasp sneers, wanting to see if Alara can actually uphold her family's honor in a real, bloody scrap. But Alara isn't here for talk. The white-haired beauty lunges, brandishing a massive silver needle like a deadly rapier. The guard girl barely blocks the strike, but she's already panicking. Something is very, very wrong here. Even though Alara only has a green soul gem, she's moving with the speed of a blue-tier knight. It makes no sense. Alara strikes. 2 fingers tap the wasp's pressure points, and suddenly the girl's veins start glowing a sickly, magical green. She triggers her special move, Shatter Strike. The Vanguard's weapon clatters to the floor instantly. She's completely disarmed. Alara knew it. These veteran orders might have been knights longer, but they rely way too much on their teammates. Her opponent is frozen. She can't move a muscle. Alara has literally injected her own energy directly into the girl's nervous system. "You left yourself wide open," Alara whispers. "A fatal mistake in close-quarters combat." And then she unleashes a flurry of strikes. She pummels the girl relentlessly, targeting every single joint and tendon with surgical, terrifying precision. The guard leader watches in horror. In the blink of an eye, the fight is over. The little wasp hits the dirt, defeated. Alara stands over her. "House Sterling's martial arts are beyond your imagination," she says calmly, before walking away. The crowd is stunned, total silence. Arthur just smiles. His group finally got their first major win. Diana rolls her eyes, calling the Lord mean for making the journey sound like some kind of terrifying horror story. Suddenly, Lord Sterling stops dead in his tracks. His voice drops to a serious tone. He tells them they need to be fully prepared this time. Arthur just bagged 10 merit points, and he's not letting it go, pestering the captain of the Iron Vanguard to transfer them immediately. Alistair is visibly annoyed. This kid has zero chill. The captain acknowledges that Lady Alara is a serious powerhouse. He then declares he's the next one fighting and asks if she's down for another round. Another 10 points on the line. Alara doesn't even blink. She agrees instantly, looking way too happy about the easy money. But then Arthur steps forward. He tells everyone that their leader just finished a grueling match and needs to rest up. He offers to take her place, which absolutely sets the captain off. Alistair snarls that Arthur has no right to interfere, demanding to fight the real boss. Our boy isn't backing down. He tells the redhead that this is exactly why he should fight. If you want the leader, you've got to get through the guard first. He starts taunting him, mocking his opponent and asking if the captain simply lacks the stones to fight a nobody. The Vanguard's vice leader sighs, muttering that this is a pretty toxic way to kick off a duel. Alistair falls for it hook, line, and sinker. He vows to beat Arthur so badly his own mother won't recognize him, while his comrades just facepalm in the background. Clara tells her friend that Arthur is about to go wild. But it turns out the girl is already one step ahead, capturing the whole scene with a memory crystal. The two opponents step onto the massive arena structure, squaring up as the atmosphere gets heavy. Alistair doesn't waste a single second, instantly materializing his signature weapon before the crowd. He claims he's switching to a training version that fires pressurized air bolts, so Arthur doesn't have to worry about a permanent exit. It'll still hurt like crazy, though. Our protagonist is actually a bit stunned. Training rounds. Back in his day, you either dodged the steel or you ended up in a pine box. While doing a few casual stretches, the boy tells his opponent to make sure his aim is true. The Iron Vanguard members just laugh. Calling their captain a marksman is an understatement. The man's aim is legendary across the entire kingdom. Alistair, feeling incredibly smug, tells Arthur he can pick any weapon he wants from the armory. Just don't come crying to him after he's on the floor. Arthur looks at the simple dagger at his side. He misses the unique, god-tier gear from his past life, feeling a sudden wave of nostalgia for his old blade. But then he shrugs it off. He tells the captain he has no preference and that his bare fists will do the job just fine. Alistair is floored. The sheer, unadulterated boldness of this kid is something else. The rest of the Vanguard are losing their minds, whispering that Arthur must have finally snapped and gone completely insane. The redhead just bursts out laughing. A fist fight? Against him? He mocks the boy, saying all rookies share that same annoying arrogance. He gave the kid a fair chance at a blade, but if Arthur wants to get thrashed empty-handed, he's happy to help. His tone shifts to something much darker. A lion doesn't hold back even when hunting a rabbit, he warns. He's going for the kill. Arthur is just plain bored with the speech. He tells the guy to quit the drama and just give it everything he's got. Clara, watching from the stands, can't wait to see the look on their faces when they realize Arthur, single-handedly, slaughtered a demon with a scrap of metal. Not to mention the time he absolutely humbled Commander Roland in a duel. Alara overhears this and her brain nearly short-circuits. Arthur actually won against the captain. She's getting annoyed now, wondering if this idiot is actually more talented than she is. She thinks back to the warnings her father gave her every time she looked at Arthur's face, but she dismisses it. It's just impossible. Right then, the judge mediating the clash finally gives the signal. The battle is officially on. In the blink of an eye, Alistair moves. He immediately puts distance between them, darting in the opposite direction. His logic is sound. The greater the range, the more devastating the impact. He plans to turn Arthur into a pincushion with 1,000 air holes before the kid can even get close. Alara notices the captain isn't just shooting blindly. He's using his high agility to find the perfect kill zone. Arthur is in a tight spot. But our hero is done playing around. Since the higher-ups already suspect his power, there's no point in hiding it anymore. He's ending this now. He knows that to defeat the literal demon sealed inside his own body, he has to reclaim every ounce of strength from his previous life. His old weapons, his old techniques, he needs it all. And more importantly, he has to surpass the man he used to be. To stand a chance against that creature, he has to break every limit he's ever known. Seeing Arthur standing still, Alistair finally hits his optimal range and levels his massive weapon at the boy. He pulls the trigger. A massive burst of compressed air erupts at a terrifying speed, the recoil nearly sending the captain flying backward. At that exact moment, something in Arthur clicks. He's going to use the power of the demon within to climb even higher. He refocuses on the projectile, and it's like time slows down. He dodges the shot with a casual tilt, letting the air bolt whistle past his ear. Without missing a beat, he kicks off the ground, the stone floor nearly cracking under the sheer force of his movement. He charges. Closing the gap in a heartbeat, he barrels toward the captain with a speed that is nothing short of supernatural. Arthur grips his blade, his mana heart flaring with a violent crimson light. He reloads his flintlock and lets out a dark, confident smirk. He knows his opponent is coming. "These rounds don't miss," he sneers, activating his enchanted seeker bullets, the dreaded void seekers. Idiot, he fires a volley directly at our hero. The glowing projectiles curve through the air, locked onto Arthur's life force like hungry spirits. These high-velocity seekers are a nightmare to dodge, even for a knight with a blue mana heart. They're like leeches you can't shake. If even one bullet grazes him, the rest will swarm the target like wolves. Arthur is in a tight spot, or is he? Actually, our boy is grinning. This was the plan all along. He provoked Cedric just to show the world what a true knight can do. Suddenly, Arthur triggers his hydromancy. His body turns to shimmering liquid, flowing around the bullets like a mountain stream. Pure genius. The Shadow Blade thugs are losing their minds. How did he dodge that? His movement was as fluid and unpredictable as water itself. In a literal blink, the young knight is standing right in Cedric's face. The redhead is terrified, but he is not done yet. Cedric screams that he is using his trump card to end this. The crowd leans in. This is the big one, folks. Someone in the stand shouts that Cedric's weapon can store raw mana, combining it with the rounds for one massive, explosive blast. Thinking he has already bagged the win, the redhead laughs. How could Arthur possibly dodge an explosion at point-blank range? But Arthur does not even blink. Before the trigger is pulled, he switches to Sylvan magic. His hands glow with a deep forest green. Massive, thorny roots erupt from the ground, lashing around Cedric's ankles and pinning him to the spot. He is stuck. The blast goes off, but the recoil sends the shot flying harmlessly into the sky. The entire arena goes absolutely silent in shock. Arthur lunges forward, seizing the enchanted gun and shoving it aside. Then comes the strike, a heavy fist aimed straight for the joint. Crack, he hits Cedric right in the elbow, forcing him to drop his weapon. Then, a brutal kick sends the redhead flying across the dirt. The Shadow Blade Syndicate members watch their leader tumble into the dust. Panic starts to set in. Their champion just got schooled. Arthur plants a boot on the fallen weapon, checking his tally. 20 points earned. Not a bad day at the office. Cedric is fuming, unable to process how he lost to a rookie. Meanwhile, Arthur's squad is already cheering their heads off. Lyra is stunned. Even with her talent, she could not keep up with that kind of speed. Arthur is truly on another level. The narrator notes that Arthur walked away with 30 points. Suddenly, every team in the city wants a piece of the new kids. Success tastes sweet. The 4 warriors of Arthur's group start playing the point-betting game like pros, taking on every challenger in sight. With Julian and Thomas racking up wins, the group's tally starts to skyrocket. They are winning way more than they are losing. Slowly but surely, they climb the ladder. By the time the month is up, they have done the impossible. The Valyrians have hit first place in the Order of Knights. They have officially earned their spot in the grand finals. Now, the ultimate showdown between the top 3 houses is about to begin at the legendary grand Arena of Valor. Standing before the massive structure, Diana whispers that seeing the capital at the end of the month always gives her chills. Sir Gareth turns to his companion, asking how the hell a bunch of rookies managed to climb from last place so fast. It is no easy feat. Gareth heard those kids were betting their very lives on these point matches, fighting like men possessed. The girl sighs, calling their tactics reckless and desperate. She wonders why their mentor, Alistair, did not step in to stop them. The blonde knight, Alistair, just shrugs. They used their own strength to win. There was no reason to stop a winning streak. Recalling the footage, Alistair notes that every member, including the quiet ones like Julian and Sarah, was remarkably skilled. They were not just lucky. All of them have the heart of a champion. They are a real threat to the established houses. The 3 veterans finally reach the massive iron gates of the arena. They stop for a second, feeling the weight of the moment. Gareth remarks that it is the first time in years a rookie squad made the finals. The news has spread like wildfire. Alistair places a hand on the heavy stone door and pushes it open. He is actually excited. Who will take the crown? The atmosphere inside is electric. Thousands of warriors are packed into the stands, waiting for the first drop of blood. Among the crowd, a pink-haired noblewoman named Seraphina cannot believe it. An unknown group of nobodies in the finals. It turns out Seraphina is the captain of the Rose Guard, the elite team that Diana and Gareth have been watching. Nearby, the Silverwing house, led by Sir Gareth himself, is also keeping a close eye on the arena floor. Everyone is on edge. Even the veteran leaders are surprised. Alistair's new recruits are not just here to participate, they are here to dominate. Sarah is down there, stretching and taking pictures of the massive crowd. She looks calm. "Looks like everyone is ready," she chirps. Julian nods solemnly. He knows the Rose Guard and the Silverwings are the strongest teams in Hallowvale. This will be an epic fight. There is even a rumor that the next 3 Grand Commanders will be chosen from these 3 leaders. The stakes, massive. The captains are stepping up, taking their spots as squad leaders. Our guy, Arthur, is just there stretching, wondering if these other teams are actually all that. Are they really the legends everyone says they are? Maybe. But Arthur knows one thing: he's got to push harder than anyone else. His body might be weak on the outside, but thanks to that secret bloodline ability, he's confident he can hit like a freight train and take this whole tournament. Finally, Lady Isabella strides into the heart of the Colosseum. One look, one call, and she summons her squad to her side. No hesitation. The girls of House Rose swarm their leader. They don't just follow her, they practically see her as a mother figure. They're fired up, screaming that House Rose is taking first place. And hey, they want a little something extra if they pull it off. Then comes the captain of House Valor, scoffing at the whole thing. He thinks their rewards are a joke. "Is that all you girls can dream of?" he asks, "buying clothes, please." His squad has bigger fish to fry. They want to head to a second-tier citadel to find some real knights worth fighting. Lady Beatrice isn't having it. She calls him a total idiot, because to these girls, looking good is part of the job. Master Thorn and Sir Julian just watch the chaos, loving the energy. Then, they literally drop from the sky into the center of the arena. Arthur watches them land and wonders, are these groups gonna fight until they fall in love or what? The captains aren't amused. "Watch it, kid," they snap. Master Thorn looks around and realizes his own students are drifting off. He barks a command, calling Captain Cedric's squad to the front. Time to move. Arthur and the others finish their stretches, locked in and determined to show their teacher exactly what they're made of. Once every squad is in formation, Thorn starts his speech. "Look, you all know each other," he says. "No need for boring introductions. Let's get straight to the violence. Here's the deal, 2 stages. A team-based brawl followed by individual duels. Points decide who walks away a winner." Lady Beatrice steps up next. "Details and rules come when the blades start swinging," she adds. She knows everyone is eyeing that top spot. And trust her, the prize is going to be worth the bruises. Sir Julian takes the mic now. "Listen up," he says. First place gets a week-long apprenticeship in a second-tier citadel. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Even Arthur's team is losing it. Isolde turns to her friend, asking what she'd do in the big city. Ilara's answer: a brand new high-end magic mirror. Meanwhile, Thorn calls the captains over. While the leaders huddle, the rest of the students are buzzing. A week in the citadel, that's the dream. But Arthur, he's not celebrating, he's just confused. There's still so much he doesn't get about this new era. Like, why are cities ranked like some kind of leaderboard? Isolde explained it before. Their home, Raven's Watch, is rank C, basically the bottom of the barrel. Then you've got rank B, and it goes up from there. It all comes down to the mana fins in a knight's core. The stronger the defenders, the higher the rank of the city. It's simple math. Better warriors equals a bigger, safer city. Knights with 3 to 5 mana fins guard the high-tier capitals. But there's only one S-rank city in the entire world. The City of Dawn, the City of Hope. It sits right at the heart of the continent, and it's absolutely massive. We're talking 6-fin masters, and even the legendary 7-fin knight, the strongest warrior alive. Arthur's mind starts racing. How does that place compare to the kingdom he once led? Does his old capital even exist anymore? Are any of his old brothers-in-arms still breathing? "Arthur, snap out of it." Ilara's voice breaks his trance. 𝒖𝒓𝒏 walks past him with a smirk. "My brother loves his daydreams," she jokes, pointing towards Cedric. "Stop staring at the clouds, it's our time to shine." They step up to draw their number. The result, they're up first. It's House Valor versus Cedric's squad right out of the gate. The two teams stand face to face. Master Thorn double-checks the gear. Everything is set to sparring mode. Alara realizes they don't even have a team name yet. Isolde insists they need something that sounds legendary. Arthur just wants to focus on the fight first. Cedric, he's looking pretty rattled. The leader of House Valor, Gawain, just smirks. "A bunch of slackers like you don't even dream of winning." He starts barking orders, telling his team to pick a target while he handles Cedric personally. Master Thorn raises his hand high into the air. This is it. The tournament begins. Instantly, the three knights from House Valerius split up, moving in the blink of an eye. Lady Cecily sees right through it. Their plan is to force individual duels. It is a bold strategy, but only if you have the muscle to back it up. Her squad, they have the ultimate advantage, perfect synergy. A solo plan against a unified team will never work. Arthur watches his leader, realizing she is already 2 steps ahead. The play is simple. Go straight for the enemy commander. That is the fatal flaw of the lone wolf. Once the leader falls, the rest of the pack loses its spirit. Sudden shift. The Valerius trio abandons the solo act and rushes Cecily in perfect sync. They are out for blood, aiming to defeat the lady before she can even react. But she was expecting this. One shout for cover, and her entire team forms an unbreakable wall to protect her. The rival leader sneers. "You think kids like you can stop me?" He charges like a madman, determined not to let his prey escape. The two leaders clash. The blonde noble gathers a swirling mass of red energy in his hands, a twisted grin on his face. "Show me everything you have, Cecily." He thrusts his hand forward, and the red energy erupts into a blinding supernova. Cecily screams for her companions to shut their eyes and shield themselves. It is total chaos. The flash is so wild, it even affects the lunatic's own teammates, blinding everyone in the entire arena. Up in the stands, Lord Yorick praises the skill but notes its massive flaw. Strong for a duel, sure. But in a team fight, you're just sabotaging your own men. Sir Joel sighs. He already warned the boy about his recklessness. Lady Diana watches quietly, knowing the blonde noble needs a serious reality check before he will ever change his style. Through the white-hot glare, the blonde lunges with his dagger. "A rookie like you is done for." He gloats, knowing that taking her down will shatter the group's morale. He lands a direct, heavy blow to her stomach. But wait, something is wrong. The impact feels strange. Arthur suddenly appears, stepping right between them. He is wearing enchanted goggles, looking completely unfazed by the light. "Blinding your own allies. Are you actually insane?" Before the rival can react, Arthur swings his leg high. An absolute monster of an axe kick. He successfully strikes the enemy's shoulder, slamming him into the dirt. The blonde leader scrambled back, terrified. He puts distance between them, his face twisted in irritation. "When did you even put those goggles on?" Arthur doesn't even bother answering his enemy. Fighting in a group without thinking of your companions is a terrible idea. Pure and simple. Arthur is just glad the plan worked. Finally, the blinding light fades, allowing Cecily to see the field again. She finds her companion standing guard and looks on, confused, trying to piece together what just happened. Arthur begins to walk away with total confidence. As he passes Cecily, he mutters, "I will leave the rest to you." Cecily is still doubtful. How did Arthur strike that guy when no one else could see a thing? She shakes it off and prepares to advance. "Maybe he is not so bad after all," she remarks. Using the sheer strength of her legs, she propels herself toward her opponent while his guard is down. The blonde is furious at her audacity and tries to trigger another light attack, but he can't move. His arm is completely dislocated from Arthur's kick. In that moment, Cecily's fist connects squarely with his stomach. The young woman stares him down. "You were right about one thing. Battles should be finished quickly." Dagger in hand, She seizes the opening to strike several vital points on her opponent's body. Meanwhile, Arthur is just chilling. He helps Seraphina and Sebastian a little, but victory is already certain. After goofing around, he turns back to the center. Everyone sees Cecily standing tall over her fallen foe. She won. The arrogant blonde is finished. Completely exhausted, the other three rivals realize there is nothing left to do. They basically give up. Lord Yorick tells his companions it is over, and Sir Joel admits he is surprised. Lady Diana watches Arthur, noting that her student still has not used his real ability yet. Across the arena, the leader of House Rosethorn sits in stunned silence. He really lost, to a rookie. She wonders if it was all because of Arthur. Embarrassed, the defeated boy confirms the truth. They were beaten because they underestimated the newcomers. "We are next," he warns his rivals. A while later, we see our protagonist's group standing victorious as the new power in the kingdom. Standing ready for her next bout, the noble Alina felt her focus slipping, her mood soured by the gilded house's insults. Herald Beatrice then stepped forward, announcing Leo's vanguard would face House Rosethorn, noting all steel was dulled for training. With a sharp signal, the herald cleared the way, and the heated battle between the two rival houses finally erupted. The Rosethorn commander told her knights to ignore the gilded house's taunts, urging them to stick exactly to what they'd practiced. On the other side, Baron took a heavy breath, channeling every ounce of his raw strength into a single, devastating fist. He slammed the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed as a shockwave of pure energy rippled across the entire arena floor. Shielded by the blast, Arthur realized this was his opening. It was time to show them what a real mage can do. Massive thorns and ancient roots erupted from the stones, snaking upward to ensnare the Rosethorn girls before they could even react. It worked perfectly. Arthur watched them struggle, realizing the elemental essences he'd absorbed were still flowing strong within his veins. He'd already mastered the arts of wood and water. Now, he just needed to figure out which missing pieces completed his plan. Leo barked an order, and Baron didn't hesitate for a second. He gave a quick nod, readying himself for the next strike. Shrouded in a glowing amber barrier, Baron charged like a juggernaut. Alina screamed for her team to break and dodge immediately. The Rosethorn girls scrambled, trying to find space, while Alina desperately tried to keep her unit from falling into total chaos. They were forced out of formation, and she knew it. But before she could regroup, she realized she was out of time. Scarlet and Lucas descended on her like shadows, launching a coordinated strike that forced Alina into a desperate, losing defense. She cried out for her sisters-in-arms, but a quick glance showed her they were already trapped in brutal combat with Baron and Arthur. Our boy Arthur wasn't holding back either. He lunged forward, landing a heavy blow that sent two Rosethorn warriors reeling back. As the dust settled, we see a memory of Julian, the gilded house leader, giving a grim warning to these very girls. He'd told Alina to watch her back around Arthur, calling him the most dangerous man in Leo's entire vanguard. Julian described him as a literal demon on the battlefield, a man capable of controlling the entire fight by his own will. Back in the heat of the moment, Scarlet leveled her dagger at Alina, mocking the girl for losing her focus so easily. Alina snapped back, her pride wounded. She claimed her speed as a skirmisher would be more than enough to turn the tide. Scarlet just laughed. "You think you're fast," she teased, before vanishing and reappearing directly behind the stunned noble girl. Alina pivoted, throwing everything into a final strike, desperate to end this embarrassing dance once and for all. She actually managed to lock Scarlet into a grappling hold, a triangle choke meant to end the fight right there and then. Looking on, the herald thought it was over, but Captain Silas just smirked, knowing Leo's squad hadn't lost a single bout yet. The groups lined up, and Commander Thorne stepped out to explain the next phase, the duels of honor. In this stage, any knight can challenge any rival at any time. It's personal now, one-on-one for the ultimate glory. The leaders of House Gilded and Rosethorn were absolutely fuming. Their pride was shattered, and they weren't about to let it go. In a fit of shared rage, both Julian and Alina stepped forward, demanding a piece of Arthur at the exact same time. Thorne reminded them that duels are strictly one-on-one affairs, telling the two captains to decide who would get their revenge first. But Arthur, he just shrugged. To save everyone some time, he told them he'd happily crush both of them at once. Talk about a power move. Arthur stepped into the center of the ring, finally deciding it was time to get actually serious. Julian and Alina braced themselves. The blonde noble felt insulted, muttering about how much this commoner was underestimating their blue blood. Alina hissed through gritted teeth that she was going to make Arthur regret the very day he stepped into this arena. The herald reiterated the rules. The fight ends only when someone yields or can no longer stand. Then, the signal. Go. The two captains split up instantly, trying to pincer Arthur from both sides to keep him from using his range. Julian shouted at Alina to stick to the secret plan, while she told him to shut up and keep his head down. Arthur stayed low, his legs coiling like springs. It looked like he was going to leap, but instead he turned into a blur. He lunged straight for Julian. Alina gasped at his sheer velocity, screaming a warning to her ally before Arthur could connect. Julian roared back, refusing to be intimidated. He prepared his signature light strike, telling Arthur to stop looking down on him. Seeing the glow of his blade, Alina realized they were skipping the formalities. They were going straight for the final step. We flash back to Julian, convincing her that this victory was the only way to claim the ultimate kingdom prize. He'd promised her a foolproof plan for victory. All she had to do was follow his lead and trust his strategy. The key to everything. A secret piece of enchanted battle gear she was wearing under her armor just for this moment. Handing over the spectacles, the young squire explains they'll shield her eyes from his blinding light. In that very moment, as he prepares to flashbang the arena, he tells the short-haired lady to strike with every ounce of knightly strength she possesses. Clutching the glasses, the girl is stunned. She never expected such a selfless move from Sir Cedric. But the blonde noble just scoffs. Arthur isn't a foe you take lightly. If they want to qualify for the prestigious capital of Silverguard, they have to fight as one. Fast forward to the heat of battle. The commander of House Valerius snarls that this next flare is 5 times more intense than the last. He's not playing around. Then he detonates his light magic right in our hero's face. Lady Alara and the onlookers gasp, seeing the boy gathering a massive amount of solar energy. This isn't just a flash. It's a focused beam of pure destruction, far deadlier than anything he showed in the earlier rounds. Poor Gwen is trying to document the duel, but her vision goes completely blurry. She's fuming because she's missing the perfect shot. Seeing the opening, the pink-haired assassin thinks Arthur is finally blind. She pushes her speed to the absolute limit to end this once and for all. She lunges through the glare, closing the distance in a heartbeat. She's right behind him now, ready to deliver the finishing blow. This ends now, she thinks, but hold on, Arthur doesn't even flinch. He spins around with a cold smirk like he was expecting her all along. He wasn't blinded at all. In fact, he mocks her, saying he knew exactly which one of them would try the backstab. Suddenly, the girl feels a weight like a mountain. Looking into Arthur's eyes, she feels like a helpless victim about to drown in a bottomless abyss. Talk about terrifying. Arthur taps into his water magic, and suddenly the air itself turns into a massive, liquid hand that wraps around her. Just like that, she's snagged. He traps the young lady in a watery prison before she can even blink. Sir Cedric, who's actually half-blind from his own spell, is confused. Why is his partner screaming instead of taking Arthur's head off? She wails that she's been caught. Her protective glasses fell off, and now she's stumbling around in the dark, completely useless. Our bicolored-haired hero offers a dry apology before chillingly announcing that their little master plan has officially failed. He doesn't stop there. Arthur commands a stray root to snap upward, catching Cedric square on the chin and knocking him out cold. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses the girl aside like yesterday's news. Both leaders go sailing through the air before hitting the dirt. They crash hard, sending a massive plume of dust into the sky. Grandmaster Alastair watches this, worried the kids might have actually broken something. Fearing for his pupils and their rivals, the old master doesn't hesitate. He dives straight into the heart of the arena to check the damage. He touches down, his landing blast clearing away the thick haze. But when the air settles, he stops dead in his tracks. He stares ahead, feeling an aura coming off Arthur that is nothing short of nightmare fuel. It's heavy, dark, and utterly overwhelming. Our protagonist stands there, looking like a king among peasants, and simply tells his tutor that the duel is already finished. The students from House Valerius and House Rose are whispering, squinting through the dust to see if their champions pulled off a miracle. Alara shakes her head. She's just guessing, but she knows the truth. Arthur is the only one who could have walked away from that. As the wind clears, it's confirmed. Both enemy leaders are face down in the mud, totally defeated, while Arthur stands tall without a scratch. His squad breaks into a run, cheering and hollering for their teammate. Seraphina is beaming, calling it a job well done. She's dying to know, how did he see through that blinding supernova? The boy just shrugs and shows her the glasses he swiped from his enemies. Smooth move. Seraphina pulls him into a massive hug. Meanwhile, Alara watches from the side, convinced Arthur is still holding back his true power. Master Alastair calls the group to attention, telling them to fall in. He looks at his students with a rare bit of pride in his eyes. He officially declares them the victors. First place belongs to them, and they've officially won the Great Knight's trial. Even Captain Thorn chimes in, telling Arthur his performance was legendary. Taking on 2 elites at once, that's some high-tier stuff. Arthur actually looks a bit bashful. Inside, he's laughing. He was once the greatest warrior humanity ever knew. No way he'd lose to children. Even in this younger, weaker body, his soul is that of a conqueror. These kids never stood a single chance against a legend. Alastair drops the big news. Tomorrow they head through the ancient tunnels toward Silverguard to start their official internship week. The whole team is buzzing with excitement, especially Seraphina and Gwen. This is the big leagues they've been dreaming of. The master tells them to wrap things up, go pack their gear, and meet back at the gates at the crack of dawn. Later that evening, the girls are chatting about the journey ahead. Arthur turns to Alara, asking what her next move is. She's quiet, lost in thought about the future. Nearby, Thorn whispers to Alastair that the boy is genuinely frightening. He admits that even if all 3 of them ganged up on Arthur, they probably wouldn't be able to take the lad down. Alastair just nods. He knows Arthur is destined for greatness. This city is too small for him. He's going to keep climbing until he reaches the peak. Thorn agrees, noting that taking the underground route is the smart play. It's much safer than facing the horrors on the surface. They're heading toward the high citadel of 𝒖𝒂𝒏, a city known for housing the most incredible warriors in the kingdom. And from what he's heard, the competition there is on a whole different level. Stay sharp. Even down here, those shadow beasts can slip through the cracks, though Sophie tries to keep the group calm by telling the others not to sweat it just yet. But here's the thing about these tunnels. They're a nightmare of ancient stone, carved centuries ago into a confusing maze that barely anyone in the kingdom touches anymore. Suddenly, the scene shifts deep into the dark. We see an agile scout, a knight, bolting through the corridors like his very life depends on it. He's fast, but not fast enough. A streak of crimson energy tears through the air, striking him down instantly. It's brutal. The warrior is torn apart in seconds. The killer, a monstrous creature standing there with another victim's corpse still clutched in its hand. It looks down, completely unimpressed by the carnage. The monster mutters that these human knights are pathetic and that it's getting bored. It's actually lost, questioning how it managed to stray so far from its original path. This thing is a twin-fin fiend, total mystery powers and unknown elements. And get this, it's already slaughtered 32 elite warriors without breaking a sweat. The next morning, Sophie is absolutely geeking out over the architecture. She's never seen an ancient structure this massive in her life, and she can't stop staring. While she's snapping magical captures of the ruins, the young woman comments on how old everything looks. She turns to the group, wondering just how many centuries this place has been standing. Captain Alistair just sighs, saying the network has existed since way before his time, so it's ancient. Like, really ancient. Sophie notices the eerie silence and asks if the captain is actually sure anyone still uses these dusty old routes. It feels completely abandoned. Alistair drops some lore. After the Great Siege of Dawn, where so many brave heroes gave their lives, expansion across the realm slowed to a crawl. Mana shards became incredibly rare. Because of that massive shortage, these sprawling underground networks were slowly left to rot in the dark. This specific sector, it was built back during the glorious era of High King Arthur. Sophie's ears perk up at the name of the legendary ruler. She nudges her colleague, Sophie grinning as she points out that the tunnel was built by a king who shares the exact same name as her friend. Our main man, Arthur, looks a bit spaced out. He just mumbles a quick response, acting like it's no big deal, but you can tell something's on his mind. Big mistake. Veins start popping on Alistair's forehead as he loses his cool. He snaps at the kids, his voice echoing through the stone halls. He yells that just because the kid shares a name with royalty doesn't mean he's the one who built it. You don't just joke about the greatest warrior in history like that. Arthur just lets out a little chuckle, telling the captain he's killing the vibe with his temper. Sophie whispers that the captain is way too sensitive today. Even Leo, the guy who's always serious, cracks a tiny grin and calls Arthur a total moron for riling up the old man. Realizing he's completely lost his professional composure, Alistair coughs and straightens his armor. He thinks to himself that he's getting way too relaxed around these brats. He tells the squad to keep their eyes peeled and focus on their surroundings. No more games, it's time to move out. Arthur stays quiet, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why? Because he's the one who actually suggested the blueprints for this place in his past life. But he notices Alistair got one thing wrong. While people call this a tunnel, it's actually a massive subterranean highway system hidden beneath the earth. It wasn't just meant to connect random villages. In its prime, this was the safest and most valuable trade route in the entire known world. He runs his hand along the cold stone wall, a bit of melancholy hitting him. He never imagined his greatest masterpiece would end up as a complete ruin. Curious, Leo asks if those mana shards the captain mentioned are anything like the demonic cores they harvest from monsters. Alistair nods. He explains that while a beast's core can give a knight raw physical strength, the process of refining them is where the real magic happens. See, when they refine these cores, they're aiming for pure energy. But according to the laws of alchemy, certain mistakes in the process create something different. Those unstable results actually condense into a massive energy source, an 𝒕𝒔𝒏𝒔 stone. These things are the lifeblood of the modern world. Alistair tells them these stones are powerful enough to keep an entire city running, providing light and heat just like the ancients intended. Because of this, the high-ranking kingdoms organize massive hunts to hoard demonic cores. Also, they can refine them into these precious 𝒕𝒔𝒏𝒔 stones. Finally, he explains that these stones are handed out to the people based on the official ranking of their home city. It's all about status. This time, Alistair is taking the whole class to a rank B fortress called Ravenstone. It's not just for training, they're there to pick up the city's allotment. Sophie looks confused and asks a heavy question. What happens if a city's 𝒕𝒔𝒏𝒔 stone completely dies and they have no more cores to trade? Alistair doesn't sugarcoat it. In that case, the entire city would be completely paralyzed, total blackout, no exceptions. Hearing that, the whole group goes dead silent. They're absolutely rattled by the thought of their home simply ceasing to function. He explains that without that power, normal life just stops. The city's vital systems, and more importantly, its magical defense wards would all vanish. Without those shields, the city is a sitting duck. People would be forced to abandon their homes and flee into the wild as refugees. But then he lets them breathe. He tells them not to worry yet. Silverpeak City's current supply can hold out just fine for another 3 months. Relieved by the news, Sophie sticks her tongue out at the captain. She tells him he was being a total jerk for making it sound so terrifying. Suddenly, Alastair stops dead in his tracks. His voice turns serious again. He warns his students that they need to be ready for anything this time. Since Ravenstone is a rank B city, it's home to some truly incredible knights. He's even heard rumors that the warriors there are legendary. She called him cruel for treating a literal nightmare so casually. Suddenly, the commander stops. He looks back cold. His squires, they need to be ready for the real world now. Because the Iron Citadel is a platinum-ranked fortress, home to the most elite knights in the realm. The rumors about the warriors there, absolutely legendary. One of the knights with a 3-tier core actually managed to hit a 69% synchronization rate. Hearing that, Alina and Sophia's eyes go wide. "That's incredible," the boy exclaims, and his friend nods along. But our lead, Arthur, starts feeling a bit jealous. He knows the guy right behind them is a 7-tier elite with a 96% sync rate. Suddenly, Sophia spots a massive red button nearby and feels a sudden, crazy urge to press it. But Arthur immediately shouts at the girl to stop and stay away from that button. After giving his student a quick smack on the head, Sir Thomas warns her not to touch things so carelessly. Thank goodness he was watching. He explains it's an emergency kill switch that forces the core to shut down, sealing the tunnels to keep everyone safe during a disaster. They look up and see the label above the button reads, "Total lockdown." Sir Thomas explains that once pressed, a heavy iron wall will drop from those sealing vents, sealing the path. Instantly, it's a last resort used only in extreme emergencies to protect the other kingdoms and cities. Arthur thinks to himself that at least his most powerful tunnel-clearing ability is still working fine. But then, pure terror. He feels a crushing wave of bloodlust. "Something's coming," Arthur warns, his voice steady but tense. It's coming from right in front of them. Something dangerous is closing in fast through the darkness. He activates his core, and a shimmering dagger begins to materialize right in his hand. Sir Thomas catches the scent of blood a second later and realizes exactly what his student is doing. He's shocked that Arthur sensed it before he did. Does the boy have sharper instincts than a veteran knight? He shakes it off and tells everyone to prepare for battle. Sir Thomas orders his students to drop their packs and hold their formation. At the far end of the tunnel, a massive bloodstain appears. The pressure in the air, absolutely suffocating. Sir Thomas is visibly shaken seeing that strange, dark blood. It's heading straight toward the kingdom of 𝒄𝒒rtn. A humanoid silhouette emerges, a glowing core in its chest. Is it a shadow beast, a demon? No, Sir Thomas realizes it's actually a 𝒄𝒒rtn knight stumbling toward them, barely alive. The warrior mumbles something, but he's utterly broken, covered in devastating wounds. Suddenly, his eyes roll back and he collapses. He can't stand any longer. Arthur and his mentor rush to understand what happened and what could have possibly caused such horrific injuries. "A shadow wave," the dying man gasps. "𝒄𝒒rtn is gone. The siren of the lost city has been sounded." Alina asks her master what that siren means. Should they go help? Should they offer support? Sir Thomas's face goes pale. Regardless of the kingdom, there's only one reason that siren ever sounds. It means every single warrior has fallen. The city is dead. There's no one left to protect the innocent. Silence. Alina, Arthur, and Sophia are in total shock. They can't believe a whole kingdom could fall so fast. Arthur realizes the shadow beasts have taken everything. How many lives were lost in an instant? Suddenly, crack. Sparks fly as a bolt of energy tears through the darkness of the tunnel. The blast narrowly misses Arthur, hitting the fallen soldier instead. Arthur is furious. He was too distracted to react. That wave of energy drags the wounded man back into the shadows. A clawed hand grabs his skull. "Found you," a voice rasps. A towering demon steps out, looking annoyed that there are still survivors. "If I don't kill every last one of you," it growls, "I can't exactly report this mission as a success." The dying knight screams for them to run, but the demon just sneers. "The dead should stay quiet." With a sickening snap, the monster rips the poor human's head clean off. This two-tier shadow beast declares it's time for a massacre and starts stalking toward our group. It looks at them like prey, licking its lips as it draws a wicked, bladed whip. Who goes first? It wonders, twirling the weapon with terrifying speed. It makes its choice and lashes out at Alina. She's frozen in fear, the lethal blade closing in fast. But Sir Thomas is faster. He summons his blade and parries the strike just in time. He grabs the monster's whip, diverting the fiery energy upward into a massive ceiling explosion. The demon actually looks impressed. Not bad, it sneers. Better than the last trash I fought. Sir Thomas grits his teeth. A two-tier fire demon is way stronger than he anticipated. He realizes with a sinking feeling, he can't afford to take another hit like that. Arthur knew this was a losing game. Fighting now was suicide. He had squires to protect and zero time for a brawl. Suddenly, Sir Alistair grabbed Arthur's arm just as the boy was about to strike. "Run!" he shouted. "It's our only way out." No hesitation. Alistair started dragging the young squires away as the beast loomed over them like a nightmare come to life. "Think you can outrun me, little man?" the monster hissed. It ignited, using fire to bounce off the stone walls like a lethal pinball. In a heartbeat, the beast appeared right behind Alistair. The knight screamed at the students to hit the gate immediately. He lunged for the lever, but the infernal beast was already there, hot breath on their necks, claws ready to tear them apart. But Arthur, he wasn't having it. He shouted to his mentor, shoving his classmates and Alistair through the heavy gate to safety. The force sent Arthur tumbling backward onto the cold stone. As Alistair turned, he realized exactly what his student was planning. The monster prowled toward its lone victim with a sickening grin. "I'll let you live, just a little longer," it purred. It declared its thirst for human blood. Every single one of them had to die. Then, the beast charged with murderous intent. But Arthur was faster. He reached the emergency lock, smashing the glass with his dagger in one fluid, desperate motion. He slammed the button. The massive iron portcullis began to drop, and his friends screamed, trying to stop the inevitable. They lunged to save him, but it was too late. Through the closing gap, they saw the beast's shadow falling over Arthur. Even then, Arthur just smirked. A confident, "I've got this" look, silently telling them to save themselves while they could. Alina screamed his name, desperate to pull him back, but the heavy iron slammed shut with a final, deafening thud. She pounded on the cold metal, sobbing, praying for any sign that Arthur was still alive on the other side. Alistair remembered Arthur's final plea, protect them. He forced himself up, commanding the panicked squires to find their focus. "Arthur gave his life to buy us this chance," he barked. "We cannot waste it. This place isn't safe. We move now." Isabella shook her head. "That's a second circle demon," she whispered. "Even for Arthur, this is a death sentence." Julian wouldn't budge. "We can't just leave him," Beatrice agreed, shouting that they should tear the dam door down. But Alistair stopped them. This wasn't ordinary steel. It was a Mithril reinforcement designed to hold back the abyss. Not even a third circle beast could dent this thing. He looked at the door, his heart heavy with the grim truth. It was impossible to break. As much as it gutted him, they were locked out, and Arthur was locked in. Isabella wouldn't accept it. "Think of something, Alistair. We have to go back for him. We have to." Alistair knew that without the elite knights, fighting that thing was a suicide mission. But then, a spark of memory. He remembered an old legend. No, a map. There was another way, a hidden path through the deep catacombs. "Follow me," he ordered. They bolted into the tunnels, ancient arteries that led straight toward the capital city of Oakhaven. If they could reach the garrison, they could bring back an army. They reached a fork in the path and Alistair skidded to a halt. "This way, into the darkness." He led the three squires into the pitch-black tunnel without a single second of hesitation. To himself, Alistair made a vow. They would survive this, get help, and pray Arthur could hold out until they returned. Back in the chamber, the door had just closed. The beast lunged, jaws snapping shut where Arthur's head should have been. But Arthur wasn't a victim. He'd moved like a ghost, jamming his dagger deep into the monster's throat instead. He delivered a brutal kick to the chest, sending the creature, and his own weapon, tumbling across the room in a heap. Arthur stood tall, finding his balance, and then he actually smiled. Finally, he could let the monster out of the cage. "No more hiding," he whispered. Suddenly, shadows began to swirl as he triggered his forbidden 𝒖𝒂𝒏 transformation. The beast froze, completely rattled. Was this thing a human or a demon? Arthur just shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not sure." If that beast had pushed any harder back there, Arthur would have been forced to reveal this nightmare form to his friends. That would have been awkward, but now he was genuinely curious about the beast's fire. The monster started backing away. This wasn't the aura of a weakling. It was something primal, something way beyond a first circle demon. It was terrifying. Arthur didn't wait. He unleashed his earth binding, summoning massive, jagged briars that erupted from the stone floor like spears. The beast snarled, prepping its counter. "Wood against fire, you're a fool." It conjured a swirling shield of white-hot flames. Arthur just watched, silent, calculating, apprehensive, please. He was just waiting for the right moment to strike. Terrifying. The monster towers over the young squire, Liam, promising to devour him and turn his very essence into raw power. It's a death sentence. Without a second's delay, the beast's maw ignites. A massive sphere of flame builds up, and then, boom, it unleashes a devastating dragon breath directly at its prey. But Arthur, he moved like a blur, dodging the inferno with ease before launching himself straight at the beast's throat. Launching a brutal counteroffensive in close quarters, Alaric catches the beast off guard, forcing the shocked creature to retreat in pure disbelief. The monster snarls that Alaric can't even touch him without burning to a crisp. Alaric just smirks, steps back, and taps into his dark heritage. His hand erupts in violet flames as he blurs behind his foe, instantly slamming a massive water strike directly into the beast's back. "Who told you I only mastered the forest elements?" Alaric asks coldly. This entire opening was just a trap to lure the monster in. He crushes the beast's core instantly. The two-horned demon is paralyzed with shock, a mere human wielding two opposing elements. It's impossible. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the tunnel. The sound is deafening as power ripples through the stone walls, shattering everything in sight. When the smoke clears, nothing remains of the high-ranked beast except its severed head and the glowing, fire-imbued core in Alaric's hand. But the noise draws trouble. Dozens of lesser, finless demons begin crawling out of the shadows, swarming toward the scent of battle. Alaric eyes the burning core, wondering exactly what kind of terrifying new power he's about to steal from this fallen monster. With a sharp crack, he shatters the core, releasing a violent burst of raw energy that sends the approaching monsters flying back. "This power, it belongs to me now," he growls, beginning to absorb the creature's essence as the flames dance around his fingertips. The stolen fire surges into his own core, triggering a violent, painful transformation that begins to rewrite his very DNA on the spot. A second horn erupts from his head. He slams his foot down, sending pillars of white-hot fire screaming out in every single direction. "Incredible," Alaric mutters, feeling the heat coursing through his veins. His evolution into a two-horned demon knight is finally complete. The mindless horde isn't intimidated, though. They launch a desperate, frenzied rush, but Alaric is already preparing a devastating new technique. Mimicking the beast he just killed, he gathers a massive amount of fiery energy in his throat, his eyes glowing with predatory intent. Alaric unleashes a literal dragon's breath, a torrent of flames that incinerates the entire swarm of mindless demons in one heartbeat. He walks calmly through the ashes toward the tunnel's exit, the screams of his enemies still echoing in the soot-filled air. "Cursed filth," he spits. He'll use their agonizing deaths as a final tribute to the brave soldiers who fell in this darkness. He strides through the carnage like a ghost, his expression cold and unreadable as if the slaughter around him meant absolutely nothing. He finds a hidden hatch buried under the debris. With a single kick, the heavy iron door flies upward, revealing the way out. Emerging back onto the surface, Alaric remains in his monstrous form, blinking as he takes in the absolute nightmare above ground. The grand city of 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔 is gone. Just ruins, smoke, and the broken bodies of innocent people scattered across the cobblestone streets. He can't believe it. A rank B fortress city completely leveled. This wasn't just a raid, this was a high-ranked demon catastrophe. Walking through the graveyard of a city, he finds a seasoned warrior who was taken out by a single, lethal wood element strike. Alaric realizes this was a massive area of effect spell. That kind of devastating magic only belongs to a legendary three-horned beast. He remembers the squad leader mentioning 2 elite knights with 3-tier cores were guarding 𝒕𝒓𝒏𝒔. But where the hell were they? A lone crow circles above. Alaric follows its flight path and stops dead, staring at a sight that leaves him completely traumatized. There, impaled high upon a twisted, demonic tree, were the 2 legendary protectors of the city. They were completely and utterly massacred. Some unstoppable beast had toys with them. Alaric slowly calls upon his forest magic, roots rising gently from the blood-soaked earth. The roots carefully lower the fallen heroes to the ground. Alaric kneels beside them, his voice thick with respect. "You were admirable." He reaches out and gently closes their eyes, whispering a final prayer for their souls. "Rest now, your long watch is over." Surveying the devastation, Alaric can only mutter about how truly terrible this war has become. Then, a shadow moves behind him. A young boy stands there, shaking, holding a rusted knife and calling Alaric a demon. The poor kid is sobbing in terror. Looking at Alaric's horns, the boy screams that he must be the high-ranked monster responsible for all this death and destruction. The child shouts that those knights saved his life, and he won't let a filthy demon like Alaric touch their bodies ever again. Alaric freezes. He's still in his demonic form. To this traumatized child, he looks exactly like the monsters that destroyed his world. Before he can even try to explain, a pack of finless demons lunges from the shadows. The boy is struck down instantly, losing consciousness. The monsters close in to feast on the helpless child, but Alaric moves like a blur, his blades slicing them into pieces. He catches the boy before he hits the ground. "Stay quiet," he whispers, desperately using his wood magic to seal the fatal wounds. The child looks up, eyes clouded with confusion. "Are you a man or a monster?" He can't tell, and honestly, neither can Alaric. The boy's head lolls back. He's gone. Alaric stands there, devastated, realizing the child's last words were the most painful truth of all. He doesn't know what he is anymore. But as more creatures emerge from the ruins, Alaric realizes he still has work to do. Alistair can't reach him. No healing magic, nothing. Seeing the carnage, Liam is completely shattered. He remembers the child's words and starts questioning everything. Is he even human, or just a demon in disguise? He doesn't have time to think. Suddenly, more of those pale, finless abyssal crawlers emerge from the dark, closing in to finish what the beast started. Alaric is absolutely shattered, but he forces himself up, slowly, painfully, realizing that whether he's a man or a monster doesn't even matter anymore. Because one thing is set in stone, his vow to wipe every single demon off the face of the earth. He turns around and... boom, he unleashes his fire arts against the incoming horde. Even with Alaric's terrifying aura surging, those shadow creatures, they don't even flinch. They just keep swarming, relying on their sheer numbers. But Alaric, he manifests massive wings of flame and launches himself straight into the chaos. He rains down glowing orbs of light that hit the ground and, crack, massive explosions vaporize a huge chunk of the monster army instantly. He slides to a halt a few yards back, standing his ground as the dust settles. Our hero realizes he's found a rhythm, a new way to fight. By concentrating the heat behind him, he can pull off a massive speed boost and use his sparks like matches to trigger chain reaction blasts. He tests out a new move, firing a concentrated heat wave that just levels the front line of the monsters. But he's not done yet. He rockets into the air, snatches one of those flying freaks by the throat, and decides to test out a little theory. He ignites the creature's insides while diving back toward the earth at terminal velocity. Absolute savagery. He hurls the burning monster right into the thick of the pack, telling the beast to crawl back to the abyss it came from. The impact creates a massive mushroom cloud of fire, wiping out everything in a 50-foot radius. Talk about a statement. Alaric thinks to himself, if he packs the fire tight enough inside them, these demons become living bombs. That's a handy trick to have. Seeing their kin turned into literal fireworks, the remaining monsters start to shake. They're terrified. They turn tail and run, finally feeling the true weight of Alaric's power. But unfortunately for them, he's not in a merciful mood. Alaric isn't here to talk. He uses a fire burst to catapult himself right over the retreating cowards to cut off their escape. He hits the ground like a meteor, causing a massive shockwave that incinerates every single creature before they can even scream. He rises from the crater, looking like a god of war among the smoking remains. "Too late," he mutters. "It's over." Now we see Alaric perched on top of a mountain of demon corpses, but his mind is elsewhere, his friends. He remembers how excited he was to reach the city of Pether with his crew. Now, he's all alone, wondering where they could be. The energy core back home in Helios only has 3 months of juice left. He needs that ether crystal, and he needs it now. He scans the ruins. He has to find the original vault where the crystals were stashed. He can't go back empty-handed. Running around like a headless chicken won't help. He needs to play it smart and use every resource he's got left. Time for the Sylvan arts. Alaric summons thick vines from beneath his boots, and they start snaking through the cracked pavement. Since ether crystals are basically refined demon cores, they've got a specific energy hum. He's essentially building a citywide radar. He goes into a trance-like state, pushing his wooden vines into every dark corner and crevice of this massive territory. He's mapping the entire city underground, searching for that one specific pulse of power. After digging through the city's secrets, he finally gets a hit. There it is, hidden deep. Alaric doesn't waste a second. He sprints toward the source of the energy, praying the crystal is still intact. It's buried way down. The signal is weak, meaning it's either damaged or heavily shielded. He's gotta check it out. He drops down a hidden hatch, sliding several meters into the dark. Down there, he finds more than just a crystal. A massive, ancient machine hums in the shadows, the heart that kept this Tier B city alive. It's an incredible piece of tech. Suddenly, a crackling voice echoes through the chamber. It's an automated emergency transmission, and that's where the crystals are. He rushes toward the sound, wondering just how many of these stones the city managed to save before the fall. But when he kicks the door open, pure devastation. The room is a graveyard of broken glass and lifeless bodies. Rage boils over. Those damn demons didn't just kill everyone, they smashed the crystals too. Every single one is ruined. He looks at the fallen warriors. They died desperately trying to protect the one thing that could save their world. This wasn't a random attack. It was surgical. The demons were coached. They knew exactly what to destroy to cripple humanity. Alaric realizes there's nothing left for him here. No intact crystals, just dust and echoes. He decides to hit the local military outpost next to scavenge for gear and supplies. He can't give up now. He's frustrated, sure, but the mission hasn't changed. If he fails, the kingdom of Helios is doomed. 3 months, that's his window. Find a new city, grab a crystal, and save his people, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, at a distant fortress prep station, we see a heavy steel door completely ripped off its hinges. Beyond that door, only thick darkness, until suddenly a set of high beams flicker to life like a predator's eyes. And then, out of the shadows, someone steps forward. This is where things get real. The engine roars to life. Alaric slams his foot down, and the wheels of his enchanted carriage begin to scream as he tears away. This is our hero, and he's finally moving. Decked out in new gear he scavenged from the ruins, he's racing out of the chamber. Destination, the next great kingdom, he's completely fearless. I'll get it done, no matter what. Alaric's got those shades on, looking smooth as hell as he charges straight toward the horizon. He leaves the ghost town of Ashford behind, nothing but dust there now. Before him lie the Great Barrens, a wasteland that swallows the weak. No one explores these forbidden sands, and once the sun goes down, that cursed mist rolls in and things get ugly fast. These crumbling towers used to be bustling markets. Now, they're just giant nests for whatever demons are crawling in the dark. Alaric checks his map. The next duchy should be right over those ridges. He keeps the engine humming, weaving through the skeleton buildings. But wait, someone's watching from the shadows. A hooded figure slices a tension rope and look out. Heavy timber comes crashing down right in his path, but Alaric's got reflexes like a cat. He yanks the wheel and drifts hard to the side. He nearly eats it. Seriously, that was inches from a total wreck, but he steadies the carriage and stops just in time. What the hell was that? He stares at the pile of wood. It wasn't an accident, it was a calculated hit. Who's desperate enough to pull a stunt like this out here? Then, bam, a figure leaps onto the wreckage. It's a woman's voice. She screams at him to freeze. Identify yourself. Which mercenary guild do you belong to? She's not playing around. Just what Alaric was hoping to avoid. A guild encounter. And from the look of her, she's seen some serious combat. She's got her repeater leveled at his chest, demanding a name. Alaric can't believe his luck. Mercenaries, in a place like this. I'm not with any guild, he shouts back. Just a wandering warrior passing through. Simple enough, right? She's not buying it, not for a second. A lone fighter in the Barrens, don't lie to me. You're a scout for the Silver Wolf Raiders, aren't you? Alaric's just confused now. He repeats himself, he's solo, no group, no guild, just him. She's losing it, stressed, angry, and clearly at her breaking point. She pulls the trigger and fires a shot. The bullet whistles past his head. Shut up, she screams. You're all the same. Tell me, are any of your bastard friends still lurking nearby? It clicks. Alaric realizes what happened. Her squad must have been butchered by those Silver Wolf guys she mentioned. He starts putting the pieces together. She's the survivor of a massacre, and she thinks he's part of the hit squad. Listen to me, he says, keeping his cool. I can't prove who I am right now, but pointing that gun at me isn't going to help you. That hits home. The fire in her eyes dims just a bit, and she finally lowers the weapon toward the dirt. But then, movement. Alaric spots more figures closing in from the flank. She sees them too and snaps her gun back up. Bang, she's the one who takes the hits. She goes down hard, bullets tearing through both her arms as she collapses. Raiders on ironclad steeds roar onto the scene. One of them is actually cheering, celebrating that they took down the girl with the gun. It's them, the Silver Wolf Raiders. The girl is slumped on the ground, bleeding out and unable to even lift a finger. One of the thugs walks up behind her. He grabs her by the head, yanking her up like she's some kind of trophy. This guy is a total scumbag. He's leering at her face, acting like he's just found something valuable in the trash. She can't even fight back. She's broken, injured, and completely at the mercy of a monster. The jerk turns to his buddies. She's a perfect 10, boys. Let's take her back and have some fun. Disgusting. But Alaric has seen enough. He moves. He's like a blur, leaping across the gap and slamming into the guy who touched her. The other raiders are frozen. They've never seen anyone jump that far or move that fast. It's absolutely wild. I didn't want to get involved in your little guild war, Alaric growls. But you guys, you're just a bunch of terrible bastards. His aura starts to bleed out. Cold, heavy pressure. He looks them dead in the eye, the kind of look that promises a nightmare. Last chance, run away before I kill you all. But the Silver Wolves, they don't know when to quit. One thug draws his sidearm. He's shaking, trying to line up a shot before this kid can do anything else. Big mistake. Alaric catches the barrel with one hand and just crushes it like it's made of tin. Twice in one day, he mutters. I'm getting really pissed off. The guy's terrified now. He tries to bargain, saying they'll let Alaric live if he just walks away right now. Alaric isn't listening to nonsense. He taps into his inner power. Snap! A massive wooden hand erupts from the earth. The giant fist punches the jerk square in the gut, launching him meters away. The girl, she's just staring in absolute awe. One of the raiders notices it, a glowing core embedded right in Alaric's chest. What are you, a man or a demon? Alaric doesn't even blink. He finishes shredding the heavy rifle in his hands like it's a toy. He looks at them one last time. None of your business. You're all going to be dead in a minute anyway. A sudden scream pierces the air. Then, absolute carnage. Moments later, we see Arthur carefully mending the wounds of the very girl who was threatening his life just a few minutes ago. The projectiles only shredded your forearm muscles, he says calmly, his mana already knitting the flesh back together. It's precise, clinical, and honestly, a little terrifying to watch. The girl looks back at the trail of bodies, her attackers, all completely decimated. She's speechless. The man she tried to kill just saved her from a nightmare. She flexes her arm, stunned that the pain is actually gone. Your healing is incredible, she stammers, her eyes filled with newfound respect for Arthur's strange power. She starts rambling about Fourth Circle Knights, how their skills can manifest miracles through their eyes. She's practically vibrating with excitement, calling his talent truly unbelievable. Are you a Fifth Circle Knight? She asks, her eyes wide. Arthur stands up, but internally he's processing something else entirely. He can feel the raw essence of a second circle abyssal beast inside him, yet the power surging through his veins feels 10 times stronger than that. Something isn't adding up. Just a second circle knight, he says, playing it cool. My abilities are just a bit more specialized than most. The girl doesn't care about the technicalities. To her, he's a savior. She bows her head, thanking him from the bottom of her heart for keeping her alive. Forget it, Arthur replies. He's got a mission. I need to find the nearest settlement. You know which way to head. Her face falls instantly. She looks like she's about to cry. I know where it is, but please, could you take me there with you? Arthur pauses. They're total strangers. They haven't even swapped names yet. You're really asking a man you just met to escort you. You trust me that much. She starts explaining. The city is Sandringham, a small Tier 3 fiefdom. But a few days ago, everything changed when the Iron Wolves arrived. Those mercenaries seized the entire city. Her group, the Gilded Guard, tried a daring rescue mission, but they were completely crushed. All her companions were captured. They had one shot at winning, but they walked right into a trap they never saw coming. The leader of the Iron Wolves had secretly ascended to the Third Circle. That power gap, it turned their rescue mission into a total slaughter. Her own commander was only a Second Circle Knight, and he was neutralized instantly. She was the only one lucky enough to slip away. If it doesn't mess with your plans, she pleads, could you help me? I can't leave them behind. Arthur's mind races. In his previous life, the Iron Wolves were just petty thugs. They never had the balls to occupy a whole city. Something is definitely off. Then she drops the bombshell. The mercenaries are after the 𝒕𝒓𝒂𝒏, the city's heart. But why? She has no clue. Now she's got his attention. A bunch of brigands trying to steal a city's lifeblood. That's not just bold, it's insane. Lead the way, Arthur says, his voice dropping an octave. Hearing about these bastards was more than enough to make his blood boil. Sometime later, the desert dust clears as they enter a jagged mountain valley. It's a rough trek, but they aren't slowing down. They're making a beeline for the captured city, with the girl, Elinor, guiding Arthur through the narrow mountain passes. After stashing their transport in the thick forest to stay hidden, Arthur reflects. Sandringham, this was a ghost spot in his past life. He knew nothing about it. Sandringham, occupied by the Iron Wolves, those pathetic worms. They have no idea what's coming for them. Arthur steps forward to scout the perimeter, but he's so focused on the walls he doesn't see the mindless feral beast stalking him from the shadows. Elinor spots it and tries to scream a warning, but she's too far back. The monster is already mid-leap, and it's looking for blood. But then, thud. Giant tree roots burst from the ground like spears, pinning the creatures before they can even get close. Arthur doesn't even flinch. He slams the monsters into the dirt, immobilizing them so thoroughly they can't even let out a whimper. I'm leaving them alive, he tells her. Kill them now, and the scent of blood will just bring every beast in the valley to our front door. He glances back at the stunned girl. Let's move. We're burning daylight. Elinor is practically glowing. She's never seen power like this. He's strong, like terrifyingly strong. For the first time since the massacre, she actually feels a spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe, she can get her revenge after all. They creep up to the main gate, but Arthur stops dead. This is weird, he whispers. A captured city with 0 guards at the entrance? No way. Suddenly the gates groan open. An old man bursts out, a young boy cradled in his arms. Help, please, someone, he screams, sobbing. But the iron wolves are right behind him. They tackle the poor guy, slamming his face into the mud while his son watches in terror. Elinor's eyes go cold. She raises her crossbow, her finger itching to put a bolt through the leader's skull right then and there. Arthur's hand clamps down on her weapon. Don't! Shoot now and we're surrounded in seconds. It's brutal, but he's right. Then the air turns cold. A massive, twisted hand reaches out from the shadows of the gateway, something that definitely isn't human. The grotesque limb snatches the father and son up like they were nothing, dragging them screaming back into the dark city. Arthur and Elinor can only watch in horror. It wasn't just mercenaries in there. There's a monster, and it's hungry. Keep quiet. One sound would reveal their position to the world. But it's too late. From the massive gate of the Shadow Keep, a colossal, twisted hand slowly reaches out into the light. That grotesque hand snatches up the unconscious father and son, dragging them into the fortress like rag dolls. Ilara and Alistair freeze, gripped by pure, unadulterated dread. It's official. There's a high-ranking demon hiding right inside the city walls. Our protagonist realizes that if a monster like that is already here. Arthur realized the original assault was a bust. New plan. Move like lightning and save them one by one in a heartbeat. In a flash, he's gone. The girl is left standing there, totally stunned, as Arthur drops 2 silver wolf guards at the gates. She scrambles after him, shouting for him to wait. She can't believe it. He took down elite knights with a single strike. Absolute madness. But as she catches up and looks down, the excitement vanishes. Something is wrong, very wrong. The guards' skin is rotting. They look like they've been dead for days. It's a literal house of horrors. The entire citadel is crawling with these puppets. Arthur doesn't hesitate, though. He's carving through them like a hot knife through butter. Our hero realizes the truth. These aren't men. They're corpses being piloted by a fiend with some seriously twisted magic. And if they're already dead, that means no mercy. In a blur of steel, Arthur ends the nightmare for every puppet in his path. He spots the black threads, dark aura tethered to their skulls. That's how the monster is pulling the strings from the shadows. He needs to find the source. By tracking the flow of that energy, he'll find the fiend hiding in the dark. He tells the girl he's going for the Baron and his son now, hoping against hope that someone is still alive. One more puppet goes down. Then boom, Arthur is airborne, leaping across the city with impossible speed. He's jumping from roof to roof, closing in on the central keep. The tension, you could cut it with a knife. He reaches the Great Hall. The dark aura is bleeding out from the doors, thick, cold, and suffocating. One kick, the massive oak doors fly open. He steps inside, and his heart just sinks. The Baron and his heir are already gone. Lifeless. Arthur's rage boils over, his shadow state activates. He was too late. Standing there is an archwraith, pure nightmare fuel. She claims everything in this city belongs to her, living or dead. She admits she was playing with the nobles. They tried to run, and she doesn't like it when her toys try to escape. She beckons Arthur closer. She wants a good look at her new visitor before she adds him to the collection. Arthur spots them. 3 massive mana shards behind her. That's the prize. That's why this monster is here. The creature asks the same old question. Are you a man or a monster? Arthur doesn't say a word. He just grits his teeth. He sees it in her chest. A rare purple soul ember. This thing is an illusionist, a master of mind games and trickery. Arthur finally speaks. Your knights are gone. Even their commander with his Tier 3 power was nothing compared to you. Mentioning the commander triggers something. The fiend smiles, a cold, hollow sound that echoes through the hall. She barks a command. Suddenly, a figure dashes out of the shadows, charging straight for Arthur's throat. Arthur sees the attack coming, but he's stunned. Wait, is that who he thinks it is? It's him, the Grandmaster of the Silver Wolves. He's already dead, but he's moving with terrifying, supernatural speed. Arthur blocks, but the impact is massive. He's sent flying across the stone floor by the sheer force of the blow. He looks back and holy hell, he's surrounded. The entire fallen army is standing there, ready to rip him apart. The fiend laughs, summoning her legions. Every guest deserves a proper welcome, she shrieks. It's not just the mercenaries. Every guard in the citadel is part of this undead nightmare now. Welcome to the party, she screams. She's standing in the middle of a literal sea of rotting corpses. They charge, a wall of steel and dead flesh, all aimed at one man. Arthur is in deep. He knows he's outmatched on paper. A Tier 3 opponent. That's a tall order for a Tier 2 warrior. But here's the catch. This is an illusionist demon. She's a glass cannon. Great at tricks, but terrible in a real scrap. Time to flip the script. Arthur taps into his core and ignites his soul, flames erupting around his arm. He spins. A massive whirlwind of fire consumes the room, turning those puppets into piles of ash instantly. The fiend's eyes widen in shock. You're no ordinary human. She's actually going to have to fight for real. Arthur just smirks. I'm just burning the trash. The monster is fuming. She spent so long collecting those bodies. My treasures, she shrieks. She's losing it. Arthur retorts that leaving them as puppets is a fate worse than death. In a blur of motion, he's gone. Before she can blink, Arthur is right in her face, dagger in hand. He unleashes a barrage of strikes. Without her army, she's slow, weak. Her battle's strength is plummeting. This is it, the final blow. All he has to do is shatter that purple ember in her chest and it's over. But then she does something truly sick. She grabs the body of a small child and uses it as a shield. Arthur freezes. His blade stops inches from the kid. He can't bring himself to strike, and that hesitation might be fatal. One moment of hesitation and boom. The beast lands a brutal hit right to Alaric's gut, sending him flying across the chamber like a rag doll. The young knight barely manages to roll away, narrowly dodging a follow-up strike that would have ended him right then and there. Clutching his stomach in agony, Alaric gasps, realizing only his mastery over frost magic kept his internal organs from being completely shredded. But the horror isn't done. It reveals it doesn't just command water, but also holds a terrifying affinity for the verdant magic of the woods. Alaric is stunned, yet even in pain, he's tempted by the power of that beast's core as he uses nature's grace to knit his wounds. Recognizing Alaric as a real threat, the creature decides to risk everything, reaching for a forbidden power that's nearly impossible to find. The monster barks an order to the enslaved Lord Thorn, who, trembling, hands over a strange, glowing emerald-colored cylinder. Snatching the relic, the demon mocks the irony of using both the noble father and his son as pawns for its dark ascension. As the beast brings the object to its maw, Alaric doesn't know what it is, but every instinct he has is screaming danger. He can't wait for his healing to finish. He knows if that demon consumes that object, the fight is over before it even begins. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he lunges forward, igniting his blade with a roaring flame to stop the monster. Too late. The beast gulps it down, and instantly a violent violet shield erupts around it, blasting the young knight backward. Alaric retreats behind a stone pillar, his mind racing. Where did this sudden, overwhelming burst of energy even come from? Looking closer, he realizes the horror is forcibly ripping mana directly from the nearby Aetha stones, an act of pure madness. That energy is chaotic, refined and compressed by human hands. Absorbing it raw is basically a death sentence for any living thing. Alaric's own theories from the past confirm it. If a monster drinks that much raw energy, its body should literally explode. But the creature isn't dying. It just keeps absorbing more and more mana from the shards embedded in its very back. The energy inside the beast is a storm of chaos, yet somehow, it hits a specific limit and suddenly stabilizes. Alaric wonders if that human-made remedy is the cause, but he's baffled. Demons should never have access to tech like that. Suddenly, the monster screams that it has finally evolved, and a massive purple aura explodes, covering its entire frame. Alaric watches in horror as the beast uses the ether energy to force its own evolution right in the middle of their battle. The former rank 3 horror warps and shifts, transforming into a lethal rank 4 creature, now sporting a terrifyingly elegant feminine form. Our protagonist is completely floored. He realizes instantly that he's moved from a tough fight into a total suicide mission. The evolved Mistress of Shadows is delighted with her new power, instantly conjuring spheres of dark energy and raining them down. Alaric weaves through the air to dodge, but the monster follows up with a gale of golden, razor-sharp spirit claws. Thinking fast, Alaric summons a thick barrier of ancient oak to shield himself, but the pressure is absolutely insane. Violent micro-explosions ripple through the air, yet Alaric manages to lock himself inside a protective wooden cocoon just in time. The demon isn't playing games. She charges across the floor and shatters his defense with a single, bone-breaking kick. She rips Alaric out of the wreckage, mocking him for trying to hide when there's nowhere left for him to run. Alaric is slammed into the dirt, taking a massive hit that sends a thick cloud of dust and debris everywhere. He lies there, beaten, broken, and barely conscious. The monster doesn't give him a second to breathe, pinning his arms down with her weight. She looms over him, gloating that he can finally see the godlike difference in power between the ranks of the void. But she likes Alaric's spirit. Instead of killing him, she decides she's going to keep the boy as a prize for her collection. Her arm suddenly morphs, turning into a gleaming obsidian blade as she prepares to strike a finishing, non-lethal blow. Alaric watches the blade tip descend toward his head, his body frozen, completely unable to react to the coming strike. Then, out of nowhere, the blade stops. Reality itself begins to warp and buckle as spinning portals tear open the very air. Alaric is lost in confusion, wondering what kind of magic is twisting time and space around them at this very moment. Suddenly, a terrifying, pale hand emerges from the rift and grabs the rank 4 demon by the head like a toy. A woman steps out of the portal, her voice cold. She won't let a secondary character interfere with her grand designs for the world. The monster realizes with pure terror that it's the Void Queen herself, but she's already finished with the beast. Using an ability called Collapse, the queen forces the demon's head into another dimension, sucking the rest of its body in after. In a heartbeat, the rank 4 horror simply vanishes, erased from this world as if she never even existed to begin with. The queen lands softly, picking up the monster's mana core as if it were trash before turning her gaze toward Alaric. She scoffs, disgusted that she has to rely on useless humans, when Alaric nearly died to such a pathetic, weak creature. She stands over our fallen hero, holding the core while radiating an overwhelming aura that feels like the weight of a mountain. Arthur realizes the beast has 8 crests, the exact same number as the Crimson Sovereign trapped inside him. No way. He refuses to believe another 8-crested nightmare is standing right in front of his face. The creature just scoffs. If she hadn't stepped in, he'd never know when the Red King would wake. Besides, failing to beat a rank 4 demon, pathetic. She looks him up and down. To her, humans are nothing but a bottom-tier, inferior race. Then, she raises a finger. She can't even wrap her head around him being humanity's strongest, especially with how slow he's evolving. Enough talk. Annoyed, the mysterious woman snaps her fingers, using a spell to hoist Arthur into the air like a puppet. She tells him to be a good boy and reach the 4th rank immediately. If not, he won't survive the next 5 minutes. She pulls out a glowing chaos core. Without a single second of hesitation, she uses spatial magic to ram it into Arthur's chest. The force is massive. Arthur gets blasted backward, crashing onto the ground and gasping on his knees. He can't believe it. That crazy woman just jammed a rank 4 core into his body without even thinking. This is a nightmare. Here's the problem. If he skips the 3rd level of corruption and jumps straight to the 4th, his whole system might collapse. His body hits the breaking point. Arthur lets out a gut-wrenching scream as veins bulge and twist across his skin. He roars at her. He's going to explode. His chest literally can't contain that much raw, violent power. The demoness is actually stunned. Is he really this weak? Can't even absorb one little rank 4 core. Arthur is done. He's about to burst. He yells at the woman to do something, anything, before he turns into a red mist. Right then, she triggers the 8-fold spirit lock. Arthur's body is suddenly encased in something that looks like solid glass. She sealed the very space around him. Human trash, she mutters, watching him struggle inside his crystal prison. It is a pincer attack on his soul. The space is crushing him while the core is trying to detonate from within. But then, the Crimson King wakes up, and trust me, he is absolutely pissed that his sleep was interrupted. The woman hears that voice and freezes. She knows exactly who that is. Suddenly, she is actually happy. The 8-crested sovereign takes control, instantly dominating that rebellious little rank 4 core. Did the queen of the obsidian house forget my lessons? He growls. With pure force, he shatters her space-time shell. He assumes his true form, finally breaking free from her spell. And that is where we are stopping for now. Want to see what happens next? Smash that notification bell and I will catch you in the next one on the channel.